Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuestapal. Político en vez de patrullas en vez de camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el cerro sobrino peruano de tu primo hermano, pariente y papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémica belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo falso, culos, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación, mi camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la fruna, no una pura canción que aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crían, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propia basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Somos lo que somos la esperanza del pueblo. Somos estos locos que pactaron con su suelo. Somos el sabor amargo de la indiferencia. Somos la sangre de Argueda marcando la diferencia. Somos la ternura de tu agua, somos lumpen. Somos guerrilleros con poemas, no preocupen. Somos el conducto de tu voz a causa de la indignación cuando el patrón al peón solo lo escupe. Somos Condor Canqui, somos Vallejo y Eguren. Somos en la mauta, no esperes que te aseguren. Somos asentamiento humano, somos la barriada trabajando en ella misma, no importa que nos censure. Somos Cueto el nene, somos Chumpita y Oblitas. Somos la cantuta, la historia que decapitan. Somos el sueldo mínimo en quincena, mi cumpita. Somos golpe inexorable que rompe lo que limita. Somos toda la América y también hijos de África. Somos la familia pobre por culpa de fábrica. Somos el amor perdido de tu Dios bendito. Somos esa consecuencia de vivir en su retórica. Somos hijos de un país enfermo sin seguro. Vemos quiénes somos y matamos el futuro. A punto de una embolia se encuentra la Pachamama porque sabe quiénes somos y sigue tan inmaduro.
Seguro que por oro se olvidaron quiénes son. Seguro les fatiga la cultura en la nación. Seguro están queriendo, seguro están anhelando que le ponga precio rap y que no cumpla su función. Seguro que por oro se olvidaron quiénes son. Seguro les fatiga la cultura en la nación. Seguro están queriendo, seguro están anhelando que le ponga precio rap y que no cumpla su función.
Mejor seamos lo que apagan la televisión. Claro, somos Yunza, Tupamonte y Aguarfiesta, la Candelaria y Paucar, la magia de la sierra. Somos el San Juan en junio, somos Motupe en septiembre. Somos increíbles, pero dime, ¿somos libres? Firme no lo creo, primo, me apena y me río de esta fiesta falsa en Arrecida en el mes frío. De ese 28 no conozco independencia, solo gasto innecesario, 100.000 deudas y un resfrío. Somos el residuo de una sociedad clonada, la hambruna, el desempleo, pobreza aglutinada. Somos el resultado de la educación de prensa, de esa mugre información de firme mal proporcionada. Somos resultado del cruel pasado atroz, mi bro. Somos responsables del futuro venidero y yo sigo creyendo que no somos esto es guerra ni combate. Mejor seamos lo que apaguen la televisión. Somos más que el boom gastronómico huevón. Somos más que el cevichito elaborado por Gastón. Somos Choropampa que no olvida su mercurio. Somos ese poblador que ha defendido su cosmovisión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. Así que dile a Curio que no somos su inversión. 2015 Family Red Comité es poco flow. Quemao. Pum, falla.
All right, man. Oh, okay. Whoa. What the hell? Hold on a second, family. Let me take this off. There we go. There we go. All right. Shalom. Shalom. Buenas noches, buenos tardes, and buenos dias, wherever you are, across the country, across the world. Good to have you here. All will be revealed, man. You give me a great idea. Thank you, brother. Habakkuk 1:8. I will touch on that. Shalom, bro. Shalom. Kwam. Shalom, brother. Oh, sorry, man. Shalom, bro. Let me slow down a bit. All right. Shalom, brother. Shalom, shalom, Israel. Shalom, hermanos and hermanas. That's right, bro. Yo. Anybody wants them, you can hit the link. Let's see if you are willing to say, because you guys come around here and want to text stuff and shit. Okay, well, today is your day. Because we're about to go Historia Negra and Hispano-America. We're about to go there today. Because you want to know, I get messages, right? Not just several people. And then, TikTok and all that stuff. And it's like, they just don't get it. They just don't understand. I don't know why. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna help one of their brothers, teach them a little bit of this, man, because apparently they still got to learn. Nerve of you. Revelation 2:9, right? I got that, Pedro. I'm gonna touch that real quick too. And Lamentations 4:18. So let me read this first because I don't have that one written down or this one. Jeremias, buenos dias. You know what's up, bro? Hey, Julio, what's up, man? All right, let's read that real quick. Revelation 2:9. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it, bro. This is gonna be a good thing. And happy seventh day rest for you, brothers and sisters that are keeping Friday and Saturday as your actual Sabbath. I understand. Well, I'll say it like this. I keep the lunar. It's very clear that it's the lunar, but I'm not here to push that too much on y'all because I developed into that. Okay? That's why we have the grace. Again, it's a marathon, but don't walk. Revelation 2:9. It says, and I know thy works in tribulation and poverty. Now, in parentheses, but thou art rich, kind of like, but you're rich, bro. You know, don't trip. And I know, see, that's italicized, meaning you better remember that he knows this. And I know the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan. Now, I always wondered, why was Revelation 3:9 saying the same thing or similar to? And they could never answer me. Well, it's because it's talking about two people, two different nations of people that want to be Jews, and they're not. They're not. They're not. You don't fit the curses. You Israelis over there, you fake ones, right? I'm not anti-Semitic because I already know I'm Semitic. So shut your ass up. And you so-called Africans, you are Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet. We see the example of the people that have that type of spirit. And to know that I have loved thee. Now, that's some hard stuff for you guys. I'm sure if you're new to this channel, they'll be like, why is he saying that? Because they can't prove that they're the people of the book, family. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Are you?
You see, in this channel, we don't sugarcoat crap. We are pretty blunt about things. And I know that the so-called white man is afraid to tell you these things, but we're not. Because, see, we know the history that you're trying to hide. And this is why people don't understand the spirit that you're manifesting. You are, and you always have been, a black conquistador. Lamentations 4:18. Hold on, 18. And it reads, they hunt our steps that we cannot go in our streets. Our end is near. Our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. And you know what, family? In 1492, I'm going to tell you this right now. It wasn't just one group. It was not just one group. And we're going to read it and we're going to see it. Now, what I want to do here is I actually want to take you through a little walk. Just walk with me, family. That's what I'm trying to get to the point. Walk with me. You guys know who this is. I'm going to call him a brother. You want to know why? Because he may just have some sense. You see what he did? What I think he did is he actually studied, like, let's say, for example, like I do. Not sugarcoating anything, not favoring, not with no narrative, not with the intent of wanting to feel good about himself. No, a sincere research into who you are according to the Bible. Like the brother had told us yesterday, well, at least the video we saw yesterday. It's imperative that you understand who you are. You have to know who you are. You have to dig into who your parents are. Because nowadays, we don't know. Listen, family, I saw this show where it was like, I guess this military girl was murdered. Her dad was black, so-called African. Her mom was white. She looked like Puerto Rican-ish, you know, like Boricua type, you know, maybe like Caribbean-ish in a sense, right? You know what I mean? So you couldn't really tell. But then she has a kid with another man that's kind of like looking like her, not too much white, not too much black, right? And they have a kid, and he's totally white. Now we don't know what his father is. We know who her father is. So what if his father's also black, but this kid is white? So you can't go by that no more. You honestly have to you do your own research, and the spirit bears witness, fam. So look, What I think this brother did here is I honestly think that he started looking at research and saying, you know what? How in the world could we be the people of this book? But I'm finding out that there's slavery, or that people that I thought were only being enslaved were also slavers. Now, I'm going to show something. I'm going to share something with you guys, family. We had a couple people watching right now, and then they left. So, as you know, and one of our brothers told me, the enemy is watching. You are watching every single step. Let's see what books I say or bring out. So, today I'm going to educate you. The NEGRA Historia de Hispano-AMERIca. So, hopefully, Yehudi shows up today. I don't know why I didn't show up. Yeah, I'm a little happy on our sound. Anyways, let's begin. Okay. So, again, look, listen to this. I think he found out. He's like, dude, there's no way. You can't, like, for example, we cannot go into the scripture and say, oh, you know what? Hispanics owned slaves and they subjugated the black man and the white man. And there's no way that we're the people of the book. So I'm not going to share that, though, because I don't feel good about that. You can't do that. Okay? You can't do that. Let's begin. Enjoy the class, fam.
If you want to hide anything from a black person, put it in a book. This is a popular phrase that many of us have heard over time. And to some extent, it has some truth to it. But why is that? Right? What is it that causes many people who label themselves as black to deter away from picking these things up and reading them? Right? Is it the shape of the book? Is it the color of the pages? Is it the form of the book? What is it? Right? That's what hopefully we'll get some understanding on today. So in getting some understanding on why it is that many black people don't read books, we have to take a journey back into the 1600s. And during this time, we're dealing with transatlantic slave trade, and we're also dealing with the formation of a slave society here in the United States of America. And so what we have happening during this time is that we have the elite Africans who are capturing and kidnapping.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You guys hear that? He said the elite Africans. Brother's on the point. You see, you guys think that we judge brotherhood based on color or features. No, it's the spirit, family. The scriptures say that you have to search the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth until your time is up. This is an everlasting research. Let's continue.
1800s. And during this time, we're dealing with transatlantic slave trade, and we're also dealing with the formation of a slave society here in the United States of America. And so what we have happening during this time is that we have the elite Africans who are capturing and kidnapping other vulnerable tribal members from other tribes, and then they're selling them to the elite Europeans as slaves, right? And so what the Europeans did is that they took the practice of slavery and they brought it to its peak, to the highest level that it can be reached, or that it was reached throughout history. And what we have to understand is that slavery during this time was a normal practice. Many people around the world participated in slavery, right? So this is not something that's unique to Europeans. The only difference is they brought it.
I like that, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Ecclesiasticus or Sirach 11:2. Command not a man for his beauty, neither abhor a man for his outward appearance. No, man. I like that, bro, because honestly, I'm judging this brother, man. And you know what? He is a sincere looking for the truth. He's not trying to be somebody. Oh, I want to be an Israelite, so I'm going to do everything possible to show that. Nah, man, you know what? If I am, I am. And if I'm not, I'm not, man. That's beautiful right there. Again, I don't know if these are people or not. I'm just saying, brother, family, don't exclude brothers because, like, we don't know what his research is. What I actually enjoy is all the messages that he gets. Some people are like, thank you, bro. And then some like, man, I can't believe. Some actually say, yeah, those are the Canaan, those are the Africans. But you're going to find out that if you have black conquistadors and the scriptures say Egyptians were scattered all over the world, well, if you have black conquistadors and the Bible says that Egyptians were also scattered all over the world, then who do you know who is who? just because you black, so-called, and you're scattered, so-called, doesn't mean you're an Israelite. Let's continue.
To its apex,
Oh, and by the way, I'm gonna have fun tonight. Let's go.
right? By stealing minds. So in other words, they were much better at slaving than anyone else had been in history. And one of the ways they were able to become so good at slaving is that they created a concept of perpetual slavery by skin color. And so in doing this, what they did is they came up with this fancy concept that we're all familiar with. It's called race. And by creating the concept of race, they divided people or categorized people by different skin tones. And what the colonizers did.
Why am I saying every black person, so-called African, or or so-called African with an American experience, is not our gente? No, I'm not saying that. I know that we mixed. But you can't go around saying that every single one of y'all is actually Israel, because you're not. I know that for a fact. Now, this is why research is required. And guess what? No emotions needed. Find who you are and don't assume anyone else is not. Those are actual facts. None of us can prove we're Israel. Nobody, not even the so-called Israelis over there, because you know what? They're in question. When have they been on boats, family? When in history has these so-called Jewish people been on boats in slavery? Scriptures say that they would be below and the strangers will be above them. They're not. So there are questions into who they are. Now, we know Khazarians converted. So again, we know that there's questions to them. So there's questions to them and questions to us too. Stop playing this game. Keep the commandments and live. Let's go.
Is that they took people with brown skin and they labeled them as black. And black has, in the English mindset, it has ideas linked to it like evil, wicked, and the devil. And eventually what they ended up doing is they rigged the system in their favor. And they created an identity for people with the European skin tone and they labeled them as white. And white.
Fine, family. Remember, he mentioned the elite from the beginning, okay?
We're also dealing with the formation of a slave society here in the United States of America. And so what we have happening during this time is that we have the elite Africans who are capturing and kidnapping other vulnerable tribal members from other tribes, and then they're selling them to the elite Europeans.
Now, we know that in America, it tends to bring people that have money because it's a better lifestyle. So these elitists, I wonder where they are. I wonder where you are, elitists. Because see, that's why, again, you can't be biased. I love the fact, man, that I don't look at it like I'm just focused on history and that's it. Whether, it's our people, their people, whoever, it doesn't matter. If it's about you, I'm going to bring it out. Let's continue real quick. I want to show you something.
Evil, wicked, and the devil. And eventually what they ended up doing is they rigged the system in their favor. And they created an identity for people with the European skin tone and they labeled them as white. And white has ideas linked to it such as morally pure, honest, gracious, and harmless, right? So in other words, they created people as black people who are supposed to play the character as the...
Okay, so now we're going to move on to another video here. And I'm going to show this to y'all because as you can see, there's a progression and as to what's going on with this brother. But at the same time, I'm again, it's Historia Negra in Hispano-America. This is what they know. That's what they assume they know. Let's continue with a little bit of who enslaved who. Was it only white people that were enslaving so-called natives? Did natives ever get enslaved? Was it only black folks that were enslaved and no one else suffered like them? Let's find out.
Trading people. Now, when we think about trading people, one of the primary ideas and concepts that comes to our mind is the transatlantic slave trade. Now, when many of us think about the transatlantic slave trade, a lot of us have ideas of Europeans going into Africa, snatching people up, stealing people from the land, and bringing them over to the Americas. But when we dig a little bit deeper, we find that that just isn't the case. And what we come to find is that the Europeans had help doing this. They had teammates. And to our surprise, those teammates were the people that lived in that very land themselves, the other West Africans. And so in this video, what we're going to talk about is how the West Africans teamed up with the Europeans to trade people. And what we're going to do is start by going into this book here, The Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. It's by David Eltis and David Richardson. And we're going to go into the foreword, which is written by Dr. David Breon Davis. And we're going to touch on this topic of teaming up in order to make the slave trade happen, because it's extremely important to understand in order to wrap your mind around what this slave trade actually really was. So let's get started.
Web design, e-commerce, online advertising, SEO, and
The strength and capacity of most West Africans bring us to a subject that is both surprising and upsetting to many uninformed readers.
So what we expect to read after this is something that may make people upset. That's what we have to understand. But it's not going to make just anybody upset. It's the uninformed reader. It's who.
And I'm glad he says that. The uninformed reader. The uninformed reader. You have to know your history, and if you're if you're willing to search about your history, then you just need to swallow your pride and deal with it, because that's the only way that this actually works. Let's go.
Who it may make upset. So some people have been told a certain story about the transatlantic slave trade, but then when they run into other information that is contrary to what they have been told, it may make a lot of people upset. Now, what's going to make a lot of people upset?
See what I'm saying, family? You see what I'm talking about? That guy's on point. Okay, so let's continue this education of Historia Negra, because I'm giving you the point of view of what people assume, and then I'm going to show you a bunch of our history as to what we know. Let's continue.
Story about the transatlantic slave trade, but then when they run into other information that is contrary to what they have been told, it may make a lot of people upset. Now, what's going to make a lot of people upset?
The indispensable complicity of Africans in creating and maintaining the slave trade.
The indispensable complicity is the absolute necessity of the Africans being involved in creating and maintaining the slave trade, because that's what we're going to find out is you have no slave trade if you don't have any Africans participating in it. It's absolutely essential. The complicity, meaning the joining together, people being in cahoots with doing this particular
as to why it was a necessity for them to be in cahoots, because not everybody could just walk into Africa. Let's continue. Remember, smallpox came from where? Africa.
Even in the earliest history of the trade, the Portuguese discovered the extreme hazards and counterproductivity of trying to capture and enslave West Africans on their own.
It says the Portuguese discovered early in history that there was problems with going in and trying to capture slaves on their own. One of the problems is that there was an extreme hazard. Now, let's get some more understanding on the extreme hazard. And by doing that, we can go to this book here by Dr. Thomas Sowell. It's called Black Rednecks and White Liberals. And let's go to page 121 to find out about this extreme hazard.
During the era of the massive slave trade from West Africa, a white man was more likely to catch malaria in Africa than to catch slaves himself.
You see what I mean? It says here that a white man was more possible of catching some disease than of catching a slave. So now you understand why it wasn't the white man that brought smallpox. Again, we need to put curse applicable to its tribe or its so-called nation. You see, these guys always want to, oh, it's always a white man. No, en contraire, mon frère. En contraire, mon frère. Like Nate the Snake likes to say. You were part of this whole cahoots. And I know you want to hide behind your little so-called King James Bible. But as we dig deep into that King James Bible, we find out that you guys don't really fit the curses. Hit the link. Prove to me that you are. Every so-called black African American that believes he's a Hebrew Israelite, hit the link and show me that you are the people of the book. I dare you. I double dare you. I triple, double dare you. You can't. Because there's too much sources. Job 8 and 8 verse. I'm sorry, Job 8 and 9. For I inquire, I pray thee, of the former age. This is why it's important for y'all to study who you are. Like yesterday's class, we get it from the one that Toto Capinapana. I'm sorry, can't remember the name. Forget me. And it's showing that our actual lineage, our people, knew that they were from Abraham and Jacob. For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age. Who's going to give you the former age? Books that are written. And prepare thyself. How do you prepare? Like any student, you study, you read. Prepare thyself to search. What do you search? Through internet, through books, through information of their fathers. If you care, for we are but of yesterday and know nothing, because of our days upon earth are a shadow. That's why you need to understand why the actual scriptures apply only to you and only you. I don't care what these Negroes want to say. Go ahead, hit the link. ISUPK, GMS, ISU. I know ISU don't do that. Sakari, you secret watchers. I got into my class, man. I just want to get in rhythm, but I still got an eye for you, man. Let's go. I'll be your huckleberry. Daniel 9, verse 11. Yea, all Israel have transgressed thy law, even by departing, that they might not obey thy voice. Therefore, the curse is poured upon them. And the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the first 5 books, the servant of God. Remember that. The oath. I'm going to show you the oath. The servant of God, because he had sinned again, because we have sinned against him. And he had confirmed his words, meaning Moses said this. He confirmed it, which he spake against us. He said it himself, and against our judges that judge us, when he was departing from us and said, I can't cross that river, by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven hath not been done as had been done upon Jerusalem, meaning you people right there. You're going to find out today, because I'm going to go a couple hours. You're going to find out, and I'm going to go fast, that what happened to us was done by so-called black people and so-called white people. Let's remind them, because you sure as hell all up in the Capitol Hill, and you're in Sacramento talking shit about reparations and get these illegal aliens out of here. And these new people, I'm sorry, let me remind you, Negro, we are from this continent. Don't never forget that shit.
The average life expectancy of a white man in the interior of sub-Saharan Africa at the time was less than 1 year. By and large, men from Europe or the Western Hemisphere came to the coast of Africa, bought their slaves, and left as soon as possible.
Why do they buy slaves and leave as soon as possible? Because if you stay too long there, there's a chance you might die. From what? Malaria.
See, I showed you guys the book that I have that shows how we died of smallpox. So if the black man says it was the white man that gave us smallpox, but yet the white man is afraid to get sick when he goes to Africa, make it make sense. What is that whole history about black history of 1619? It's total bullshit. By the way, the Willie Lynch letter is a lie, and I can prove it. Hit the link.
So they grabbed their slaves and they got up out of there, for the most part.
Even so, the death rates among the white crews of the ships carrying slaves to the Western Hemisphere were as high as the death rates among the slaves themselves.
You got to understand that they're coming to another continent, a different land, and they are not resistant to those diseases. So the people in that area may have been much more, have a higher resistance to that malaria. But as they come in and get exposed, they're dropping. Similarly to when the Europeans came over to the Americas and they exposed.
Oh, shit! I love it. I love it. I love that he said similar to the Europeans when they came to America. Man, I'm sorry, fam. I'm really excited. I'm really happy about this, man. You know why? Let's remind you as who you, because you know what? It's just our experience. It's not yours. It's our experience. You didn't go through this. You brought this. With the men of Narvaez had come a black man suffering from smallpox, and he infected the whole household of Sempoala, where he was quartered, and it spread from one Indian to another, and they, being so numerous and eating and sleeping together, right, as a family, because we do that too to this very day. My daughter, who's 20 years old, she'll lay in our bed and spend the night and watch a movie with us, man. We're a very close family. And I worked hard to get to that point. And this is how the people of God conduct themselves, being a close-knit, tight family. That's what we're about. Family, family. Don't ever forget that. It says together, quickly infected the whole country. The Mexicans had never seen smallpox before and did not have even the European meager knowledge of how to deal with it. So we see now that even white folks couldn't deal with that stuff, right? So check this out. The old soldier chronicler Bernal Diaz del Castillo called the Negro, ooh, you Africans, you West Africans, you ones right here, the ones that are right here in this country right here. Yes, you guys, the ones that are telling us to get the hell out of here, the ones that are calling my gente illegal aliens, right? The Negro, a very black dose, called the Negro a very black dose for Mexico, for it was because of him that the whole country was stricken with a great many deaths. Hey, you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny, family? If it was a white man, if it said that the white man, that very, smallpox, some of you guys will be happier to hear that. Why? Why don't you put the same energy, all of you so-called Sakari followers and GMS followers and ISUPK and IUIC, why don't you put the same energy? Because even the people that look like you, that's why you see a bunch of stupidity in the streets. If I'm a so-called African American, I'll tell you right now, and I see these fools acting like this, I'm gonna be like, yo, but I don't know if I'm their people, bro. Because you want to know something, fam? Well, first of all, you guys are not the same tribe. You're not all the same people. You're different tribes. That's why some of you actually have common sense. But that Canaanite tribe that talks a lot of shit, that thinks they're Israel, that goes and robs people, those are the ones that are the Canaanites of the scriptures that said, stay the hell away from them. Those are the ones that actually brought the damn smallpox over here. For it was because of him that the whole country was stricken with a great many deaths. Oh, I'm going to hit you hard because guess what? I give you the same energy. The same energy. Oh, let me see what you say, bro. This is how, let me read it real quick. Huitlahuac was murdered. One of our Huitlatonai Spaniards snuck in an infected cover in his chambers and died of smallpox. Bro, listen, man. You know what's so crazy that you say that? Check this out, man. Let's just check this out. Because you know what? A lot of times we think that these, like the actual Spaniards, right? They look a certain way. Check this out, dude. I'll show you right now. Look. You see, we got a book called Maya Conquistadors, right? And check out what this guy says right here. They're talking about the actual experience of a Maya. This is from Maya Conquistadors, page 162. You guys can get the book. Maya experience, not people that wrote about him. This is what they're saying. But these oppressive clergymen get really angry at us while forcing us to work in their homes, doing whatever they tell us to do. For those black men, whoa. Yes, those black men have their own homes and servants. And their own horses and rabbits. Furthermore, they have settled in our kahab. We are providing them with food and household goods, right? All that stuff. And he's saying, and they have neither paid a thing. Who sounds like that today? Nor do we ask of them to. Nor do we ask them to. Who's like that? Raza's like that. Like, okay, fine, whatever, dude. Right? For they are ashamed of us and afraid of us too. And you want to know, family? That's exactly how they feel about you. And this is the true fact about you African Americans, or so-called Americans. You guys hate us, but you're afraid of us too. And I know that for a fact. Hit the link if I'm wrong. It says here, nor do we ask for them. Now, for they are ashamed of us and afraid of us too, although they are the guardians and are given the responsibility. And ask, who gave them the responsibility? Those Europeans. Remember, you said the Europeans put these things, right? Well, guess what, man? If I'm, let's say, for example, God forbid, I'll say it for me. If I'm a Spaniard and you're my servant, right? I'm not going to go give you those cobijas, brother. I'm going to tell my servants, go give them cobijas to them cabrones right there. Because you negros are the ones that brought it anyways. Right. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's where it gets very interesting. It says,
Now we give them much food and they do not pay us. It says here, this is the very reason why there is discord with the bishop, and that is here in this providence, in discord with the black padres. Wow. And you're like, what? That's crazy, man. I never knew that. Well, check this out. These black padres, the ones that, are related to these other black ones that gave you those smallpox and all that shit. Check this out. It should not be the black clothed padres. They really take money. They really ask for a great deal of money. They drive us mad over money. Who the hell is like that today? Listen, I'm going to tell you something, fam. And I haven't read this out. And brother, all will be revealed. If you're listening, I apologize. I know you told me the book about the lost tribes of myth. And I have, there's exactly 3 pages that show exactly the spirit right here. The exact same way that they're acting today, acting then, and acting back then. That they've always been this way. Therefore, these words we say to you, they are not lies. For this is really truth. We will now prove it. For there were many black padres, 21, that came with the Spaniards. You see? So let's remember who the Spaniards were, because we're going to read how they blended into becoming a Spaniard as well. That's where you get the caciques. Some of these caciques were Africans, acting like we were, like they were our gente. That's why you got stupid ass wobble saying, oh, we were dummies. Go eat a cookie, man. Sit in the corner. Then came the Spaniards, and not one of them knew our language here. Only one of them did, but the padre who entered did not teach. Now, for at that time, there were no elders, really just boys. They traded in our kahab. Moreover, they wished to say little. The black padres, those black ones, they hated us. You think that they're not very interested in giving you smallpox, my brother? So, and I'm only sharing this with you because I call spade a spade. It wasn't just white folks, and we need to understand that. Yeah, anybody who's black that disagrees with Afrocentrists is labeled Uncle Tom. That's very true, because they don't want to accept facts. James 2:9. But if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin. You see? I'm glad you said that, bro. That's fire. Why? Because you cannot say, well, I know it happened, but maybe it's not true, or no, they suffered. No. I it's kind of like this, man. It's like you grow up, live all your life thinking this way, and somebody tells you you're freaking wrong. It's going to be hard to accept. And are convinced of the law as transgressors. So, as you know now, stop hiding. Deuteronomy 16:19. Thou shalt not wrest judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take gifts. And that's important, for a gift does blind the eye of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous, which is the problem with these dumb camps, because guess what? They don't want to bring this out. You telling me that I, myself, and him himself found this out and no one else did? No, come on now, family.
Certain diseases to the natives on the land, and the natives were dropping. Now let's stop here and let's go into the book called West Africa. This is an introduction to its history, civilization, and its contemporary situations. And let's go in here and let's find out some more also about this extreme hazard that they're talking about.
Hey, you know what, Pedro, bro? I love that shit. And I'm glad you say that, bro. Because and by the way, you should email me your information, man. We should get in touch, brother. We should get in touch, bro. I actually stay in communication with a couple bros, and we share information. You should. Because you know what? I think the brother said earlier, it's a collective understanding and it's a collective growth, man. Ain't no tribe tripping here, bro. I'm not trying to tell you like I'm from the tribe of this or tribe of that and you better listen to my shit. No, I'm just telling this is what I'm finding out, and this is what maybe the Most High is revealing to me. I'm not any better than you. I don't get to sit in front of the seat because I'm supposedly understandable. Now, do I have a little more understanding? Maybe in some cases, yeah, that's cool. If we ever sat around in a corner or in a circle. But when it comes to like the sincere attitude and spirit towards me and my brothers and sisters, nah, man, y'all will never get that from me. I'm gonna say it right now. I'm sorry to cuss, but I'll say fuck that shit. I'm never gonna feel. I don't like bullies. I've never liked people making me feel insecure about myself, and I don't ever like making people feel insecure. It's like this. When I was, because I used to box and shit and all that, I never wanted to beat up on people that couldn't defend themselves. I was like, nah, hell no, bro. I want you to be competitive. Make it worth it, or else I don't even want to deal with it. Anyways, sorry. Let me continue reading real quick before I continue with the class. Sakari asked for $100 a month to be part of their group. What? Are you serious, bro?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Nah, man. Come on, dude. I hold on a second. Okay, listen. Do me a favor. Pedro, you want to jump on real quick, bro? Want to share a little bit about that? I think it's important, man. I think our gente needs to understand these things. I'm not making it up. Listen, when I was with IUIC, I got sick of COVID, and I couldn't go. And the first month that I didn't give alms, which is probably like the only time, they were like, "Hey, you need to give alms. You need to give alms, because if you don't give alms, they're gonna take your shirt away." Because I had a purple shirt. That's what happens. You graduate, quote unquote. Yeah, they almost took my shit away. Well, actually, no. Well, I mean, I left after that. That's when I realized, like, yo, you guys are always arguing to Christians about you're taking alms, you're taking tithes, and you're taking their money. And I'm like, well, you're taking all money, and it's mandatory. I've never been to a church where they say, yo, you better send money or else you can't come in here. That's what they said to me practically. Because imagine, I so-called get a purple shirt, and then I don't pay my so-called alms, and I go and they take my shirt away, and I go and they're going to wonder, like, why they take your shirt away? What am I going to say? Oh, because I didn't give alms? It's pretty stupid, right? Let's go.
To its history, civilization, and its contemporary situations. And let's go in here and let's find out some more also about this extreme hazard that they're talking about.
Later, when the Europeans tried to conquer these kingdoms, the dense forest and tropical climate were a strong barrier to Western penetration. White men died like flies in this zone.
White men dropped like hotcakes. They're dropping like flies.
And they found it tough going to hack their way through the dense vegetation or to engage in any kind of military operations.
High death rates caused the Europeans to understand that it's an extreme hazard to go in there and try to catch slaves on their own, right? It's tying together. So now let's go back.
Now, family, did we know that there was such a disease that could kill your soul in your flesh? I mean, your flesh, and destroy you so much that gives you like viruelas and scabs all over you, and in your eyes, and your eyelids, and your butt, and your penis, and your feet? No, we never went through that. That's why it says that we never had the meager knowledge. They did. So now, I remind you, so-called black man, we still the same people? You still Israel?
Back into the book, The Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade, and let's go over that sentence again.
Even in the earliest history of the trade, the Portuguese discovered the extreme hazards and counterproductivity of trying to capture and enslave West Africans on their own.
But not only was it an extreme hazard, it was also counterproductive. What else would cause the Europeans to understand going in alone to catch people to enslave to be counterproductive? Let's go back into the book called West Africa, and let's get some more understanding.
Today, the commonly held view of slaving in Africa is that Europeans with guns swept into the innards of the continent and physically captured people, chained them together, and marched them to the coast, loaded them on ships, and sailed for the Americas.
This is what certain people would absolutely love to believe, because it keeps the hatred focused on certain groups of people.
This direct procurement of
American
slaves was
history,
tried, but given up after the first years of contact for the easier method of bartering with coastal peoples for slaves.
So this direct method was tried in the beginning, but two reasons that it didn't keep working, at least two. They dropped like flies because they didn't have any resistance to the disease, and also there's other people who want to make their money, middlemen. Right, the people on the African coast, they wanted to have their money too, which is why the Europeans said, let's start trading with these people.
The Portuguese could not reach many of the interior kingdoms for trade, having instead to deal through middlemen most of the time.
Who are these middlemen is what we have to come to understand. Who's standing in between?
Hey, listen, family, don't judge the man because he may not look like you. You know what I'm saying? This guy's a smart dude, bro. Y'all need to pay attention, man. Okay? I think, at least me, this is my opinion. I think what he's seeing is that you can't guarantee that he's Israel. So he's going to do his best, maybe, to live that life. I don't know. And teach as best as he can. Don't be fooled by imagery. Let's go.
Between the middle of the European and the people that they're trying to get and enslave. Who's standing in there in between?
West Africans
The West Africans were the middlemen.
were content to have the Europeans on the coast as trading
Who was supposed to be in West Africa, family, based on Jubilees?
Isaiah.
Canaan. Canaanites were supposed to be in the west side of Africa. And they ended up there eventually. So let's continue.
partners.
Now, when you're a partner in something, that means you're working together with someone else in order to achieve some common goal, whatever it may be. In this case, it's going in and it's catching people to bring to the coast and to trade. These are the middlemen. Now, why did they have to be middlemen? We already understood. That the Europeans couldn't go in there because they would die like flies. Not only were they gonna die like flies, but if they tried to find some way to get in there and to capture people, the middlemen, these other West Africans, weren't having that. Now, this is why he's getting ready to say this next.
But when they tried to penetrate the interior,
But when the Portuguese or any of the other Europeans tried to penetrate into the interior alone, without any middleman or any other person escorting them that's from that land,
they met with armed resistance in many cases.
that means spears or whatever else they had, getting ready to get busy. They're getting ready to get busy. They're not having you coming in there and thinking that you're about to just go ahead and grab and cut the middleman out. Right? So from here, let's go back into the Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and let's keep reading where we were at.
West Africans could and did attack and sink some European ships in retaliation. The rulers of Congo, Benin, and some other regions succeeded at times in temporarily stopping the trade in slaves.
So it's not like all the rulers of the West Africans had their hands in it. Many of them did, but not all of them did. And it's the same thing, or there's similarities between not all of the Europeans agreed with having the slave trade. There's always going to be some pockets of people who oppose what's happening, right? And in this case, there's some rulers in certain areas in West Africa who are saying, we're opposed to this, and they're coming out sinking ships and trying to stop this trade from happening.
Head to web.com and let our AI tools bring your website to life today.
Solgar Cellular Energy contains niagen nicotinamide riboside.
Yet the crucial point was the eagerness of African rulers and merchants to sell slaves.
He says, yet the crucial point, very important point that he's trying to get across.
Let me read that real quick. There's actually a dude by the name of he exposed to BH. I listen to him every now and then. Yeah, I listen to him every now and then. And that's exactly, but you know what? He has more of a spirit that he's like, I know what I am. He's like, I'm an African. I'm West African. That's what he says. Now, you don't know. But you know what? It's kind of like this, man. Whenever when you're walking in this walk, you got to be neutral, but at the same time, have undeniable faith. It's hard to explain what that means unless you understand or have actually been walking it. Because you can't guarantee it. So the only thing I rely on is repentance. I'm really repenting. I really am. So hopefully I'm one of his kids, and hopefully he forgives me, because that's the first thing. Because listen, you may be his child, but what if he doesn't forgive you? It's like it doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, you got to test the spirit, family. Not everybody is. Man, I met some people that. Oh man, there was so much more like good, better people than like some of the people that actually my brothers and sisters. Shit, you know what I mean? My own bloodline. Let's continue.
Although there's some that tried to stop it, the eagerness. Understand what the word eager means. Eager is like someone who has a passion, who's trying very earnestly to make this slave trade happen. They were eager to sell the slaves that they had. Let's stop right here and let's go. They're coming out sinking ships.
Hear that again.
Trying to stop this trade from happening.
Yet the crucial point was the eagerness of African rulers and merchants to sell slaves.
And you see this, family, this again, because, you know, everybody wants to blame certain people, but you know what? You can't be right always, man. You can't always be right. Like, I'll give an example. My wife, her dad has a lot of so-called, quote unquote, not a lot, but his phenotype is somewhat of a so-called African man, right? His phenotype. He doesn't necessarily look like it in the face, but his rest of his body, right? And his whole family is like that. So like my wife was like, man, what if I do a DNA and you know, my father's like African mostly. And I said to my wife, I said, well, look, you love the Lord, you want to keep the laws, so Come on, it's DNA. We don't know. We don't know. Forget all that, man. If you really love the Most High and you want to do right by it and you repent and you seriously are not trying to go back to that stupid life, then guess what? That's all that's required. Now, it's up to him. I'm not going to decide. Let's go.
People who oppose what's happening, right? And in this case, there's some rulers in certain areas in West Africa who are saying, we're opposed to this, and they're coming out sinking ships.
So it wasn't just the so-called white man trying to enslave everybody. It was NEGRA was trying to do the same thing. As a matter of fact, when they wanted to stop, they're like, no. We want to continue. Let's go.
And trying to stop this trade from happening.
Yet the crucial point was the eagerness of African rulers and merchants to sell slaves.
He says, yet the crucial point, very important point that he's trying to get across. Although that there's some that tried to stop it, the eagerness. Understand what the word eager means. Eager is like someone who has a passion, who's trying very earnestly to make this slave trade happen. They were eager to sell the slaves that they had. Let's stop right here and let's go back into the book, the West African book, and let's find out a little bit more about why some of these rulers were so eager and passionate and motivated to sell slaves.
Kings made their money.
Now we are done with this now. Okay. So I'm giving you an understanding as to this whole history. So I don't want it to just come from someone like that looks like me, because then somebody may not believe me. We may have Yehudi here saying, she can't say shit. It's your gente, so-called, based on what you assume, saying this stuff. Now, I'm going to share this with y'all. Look, before we start the video, look what he says. First of all, Cain are Europeans, pale-skinned race. This guy's mad at him, right? And he says, Yasharallah, please come back. Oh, no, Yasharallah, please come back. Why are you reading the Book of Mormons? I keep looking at your videos because I really want to understand where you're coming from with your teaching, because you open my eyes with your prayer teaching. Please consider having some live Zoom studio so we can ask questions. Dude is clearly OP now. Pray for this brother. Enemy has got him. And he says this. Who said that you think Africans were selling other Africans into slavery? No, they was selling Hebrews. Hebrews and Africans look the same. That's why Joseph and hid
Isaiah.
Okay, so so Hebrews and Africans look the same, but then you're saying that is the northern kingdom that mix? It's stupid. But anyways, okay, so check this out. Listen, like I told you, I'm gonna have fun tonight, man. Y'all can stick around if you want, or whatever. Leave. Bye. See you later. A lot of times I'm pretty serious, but today is Friday. I work hella hard this week. Yeah, I work. I actually work. Unlike other people that do these videos and collect cans and collect money and 50,000 subscribers, and they're asking them to give them money for a trip. Not even asking for money to help other people. No, they want to go on a trip. Falpy. Oh, Falpy, are you watching? Hit the link.
Going over Enoch's vision.
Because you like sending your girl, so I'm asking you. I'm not even telling you. I'm asking you. Hit the link.
On how he saw Cain as the father of those known as black. And in doing so, what we're going to do is go into the scriptures, and more specifically, the Mormon scriptures. Now, the Mormons, or the Latter-day Saints, are a sect of Christians who use the traditional Bible, but they also have a set of scriptures that they use called the Book of Mormon. And the Book of Mormon was written or published in 1830 by a guy named Joseph Smith. Now, in going over this lecture, what I want to do is I want us to pay attention to how humans are able to make characters such as Enoch and the Lord say things. And what they typically do is have them say things that justify their agenda or justify whatever message it is that they're trying to convey. Right? And so let's sit back right now and let's take a journey into the mind and the imagination of a human so we can follow along and get some understanding.
Moses chapter 7 verse 1. And it came to pass.
I'm not going to show this whole video, but I want to share this with you. What he's actually doing in the entire video, he's just pointing a fact about that there's people that create religions, and that this is one of the religions that they've created. And a matter of fact, look what he says at the end, okay? This is exactly why I'm telling you, family. be mindful of who you listen to. Because even his own gente, because he's like, listen, he's not even trying to tell them, I believe in the Mormons or nothing. He's like bringing out some facts in regards to, listen, this is how the Mormons see religion. But you see a bunch of these fools talking shit. So look, come back to the Bible. He's not teaching Mormon stuff. Like, he's not teaching Mormon stuff. He's literally just showing you like how Christianity can be a great book. Check this out. Watch.
People that are the sons of Adam and excluding the seed of Cain. Why is it excluding the seed of Cain? Here we go.
For the seed of Cain were black and had not place among them.
The seed of Cain came out as people known to be black, and they had no place among the rest of the sons of Adam. Right? And when we understand Cain, the character Cain, in the biblical narrative, Cain is supposed to be the first murderer. He killed his brother Abel. And seed of black, when you read in the Book of Mormon, it is artistic, just like many other people who I will give Joseph Smith credit.
Right here, family. Listen to this, okay?
Right? Some imagination that Joseph Smith has, right? And the rest of the people too. And so what I will do is I will give Joseph Smith credit, because when you read in the Book of Mormon, it does have a decent storyline, right? He is quite skilled and quite artistic, just like many other people who write the religious texts, right? They're highly skilled at what they do. In my opinion, he would make a good writer for Disney, Marvel, DC, just like many of the other people who write the religious texts. They would also make great writers for those companies, right?
What I mean, family? He was just basically bringing out the example, the concept, what it means, how Christianity creates a bunch of different perceptions and perspectives. But instead, they're all saying that he believes in the Mormon book. Boy, you the biggest fool now. Looney Tunes talk. You shouldn't be reading the Book of Mormon. You completely lost your way, brother Yashar Alam. Stop judging Israel. He's not agreeing with the book. He's going against it. Well, see, the only common sense person out of all of them. Oh, it's so funny. So now let's get some serious shit. Okay. This is from a book called Las Patuas de Convivencia Étnica en América Latina, Colonial Indios Negros. Okay. So I've shared this before to you. I shared this with you as before. It's a pretty interesting book. Now, before I actually want to, well, let me see if I can do this. Remember this book, The Negro and the Jews? Written in 1979. Yesterday's class, I was talking about how the so-called Jews, the fake ones, you know, the ones that Khazarian, the converts, the ones that want to say that they're the people, right? Yeah. I showed you guys how there's a connection between these two, Negroes and the Jews. I'm not going to read that today. I just want to remind you. It's important to remind you. Now, I want to share this. Okay? Before we read this book, because I'm going to set it up here. So now we know that listen, if people tell you who they are, then you got to start believing them. So let's tell them who they are. By the way, Colossians 2:8 says, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit. Deception, lies, making you assume, leading you into their mind and corrupting your spirit. Don't do that. After the traditions of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after the Mashiach, the anointed. So now, you see this right here? Moors are often in European art with African features. Moors. In fact, Moors are considered to have advanced in the field of mathematics. Lie. Astronomy, architecture, cuisine. No, we found out that's a lie. They took our history, stole it from here, and took it back. That's where the Renaissance concept comes from. Yeah, we know about you. So now, here's why I'm showing you this. Evidence shows that the Moor ruled nearly 700 years in Europe, right? We know that, right? We understand that. Okay? This is also verified by numerous writings at time. The English playwrights of 16th century, William Shakespeare used the term Moor as synonymous or synonym for African. Okay? Now, here's my point. Writers and historian Chancellor William said the first Moors were Africans. Let me repeat that. The first Moors were Africans, much as the first Egyptians. Why am I reading it? Remember the brother was saying about Habakkuk 1:8, 1:5. I know I took a while to bring it out, but there's a purpose. Habakkuk 1:5 reads, Behold ye among the heathen, you Israelites, you so-called my people, and regard and wonder marvelously. I will work a work in your days which you will not believe, though it be told to you. Like, for example, I'm sharing with you guys what's going on and and you're not going to believe me. You're not believe. Most people that I've shared this with, they don't believe. They're like, nah, there's no way, dude. People didn't have nothing to do with slavery. Yeah, they did. Not being enslaved. They were enslaving people. We got the books. We got the receipts. What are they going to do? Their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolf. Guess when that term was used? When they invaded Europe. Now, check this out. I don't want to get too much into that one because I want to show you the thought process here. Remember I mentioned the whole African and Egyptians? Okay, so let's read this. Ezekiel 30:1. The word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy and say, Thus say the Lord God, how ye woe worth the day, for the day is near, even the day of the Lord is near. A cloudy day it shall be, the time of the heathen, and the sword shall come upon Egypt, and great pain shall be in Ethiopia. How come you so-called wobbles never bring, you so-called BHIs never bring this up? Why don't you say that this happened to so-called Egyptians? And why don't you say that so-called Moors and Africans were considered Egyptians as well? The sword shall come upon Egypt. The great pain shall be in Ethiopia. And when the slain shall fall in Egypt, remember Egypt is bondage. We know now that in Europe, y'all were enslaving everybody. Jews and the Moors were enslaving all kinds of so-called Europeans, white folks, and Africans too. When the slain shall fall in Egypt, and they shall take away her multitude, and her fornication shall be broken down. From Ethiopia to Libya and to Lydia. Now we know that the so-called Moors were of the northern part of Africa, and they conquered all of that area from Grenada, North Africa, all the way around Libya, Lydia, even all the way close to Ethiopia. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I am not wrong. Thus say the Lord, they also that hold up Egypt shall fall. How do I know this? So my question to you is this. So you guys say, we were scattered everywhere. Well, these people were too. These people were scattered everywhere. Oh, you don't believe me? Okay, here we go. Ezekiel 29:10. Behold, therefore, I am against thee and against thy rivers, and I will make the land of Egypt. Remember, Egypt already happened. So it can't be the same Egypt. It's got to be another Egypt, right? It's got to be, okay? I will land of Egypt utterly waste and desolate. The towers of Syene, even unto the borders of Ethiopia. Again, Ethiopia. You guys keep saying, unto the Ethiopian. We're black. The Israelites are black. Well, here it says that the Bible is going to destroy Ethiopians too. And Egyptians. And then it says this too. No foot of man shall pass through it. No foot of beast shall pass through it. Neither shall it be inhabited 40 years. Now, we know that numbers are not always the same in the scriptures. But we know that Spain became desolate after they fell. Check this out. And I will make the land of Egypt desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities among the cities that are laid waste shall be desolated for 40 years. And I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and will disperse them through the countries. Yet thus say the Lord God, at the end of 40 years, I will gather the Egyptians from the people whither they were scattered. Explain that to me. Yeah, I know some brothers that believe that. I'm not 100% with you, bro, but, I don't, because, well, it's not the topic, man, but, we'll talk about it another day. How's that? But I know brothers that I talk to them a lot, and they say that. I'm like, yep, I'll stay right now, right here, and then, maybe when I'm ready, I'll switch over, but I'm not ready for that. Is there a script? Is there a manuscript for the Book of Mormons? I don't know, bro. The guy was just using it for the purpose of like how people create religions. And they're great writers. The Book of Moses says Cain's seed is black and have no place among Adam, and black means wicked. Cain's seed is wicked and have no place among Adam. Actually, Jubilee says it. They just came out with a new BS movie that smells Mormonist. How two Jewish bros came to America. I imagine converted the natives. Haha! Really? Wow. Hey, listen, man. If you can find the name of that movie and post it here, I'd love to look at it, my brother. Because I've never heard of that. I would love to look at it because now I know where they're going, right? That's where they're putting it into people's mind that history was because of them. And these are the demons. But anyways, back to this whole question. Okay, negros, so-called West Africans, or so-called Hebrew Israelites. It says here that the Egyptians are going to be scattered all over the world too. We got black conquistadors. We got Egyptians being scattered everywhere. So how do we know who the fuck you are? Huh? How do we know?
Wait a minute.
Isaiah.
Who are you?
Hold on a second. Gotcha, bitch. I'm wondering. I mean, really, I need to know. Because if you look at this book, man, Ezekiel talks about Tyre for about 4 or 5 chapters. And don't say that, Ezekiel 28 is talking about the white man. No, shut your ass up, because it's not, okay? Because in verse, I think chapter 25, is it this one? Yeah, here goes, chapter 25. Prophesy against Moab and Seir. So you're wrong. So who's this scattered Negro? Who are these scattered Negroes? Now, again, family, it's time to question. If we got black conquistadors and the Bible says that Negroes were going to be scattered, how do we know who's who? That's why I believe that a few of you are our gente. A very few of you. Yeah, I know that hurts, but oh well. I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm here to show you facts. Because apparently, you're trying to destroy the spirit of our gente. Look, we're not the same people, man. And I just want to show this. Because, again, if you say you are so-called the people of the scriptures and the book, son of black supremacist leader offered plea deal in child abuse. This is somebody's son that supposedly keeps the scriptures and keeps the law. The son of a 71-year-old black supremacist cult leader charged with burning and beating a 5-year-old boy in New Jersey. Wow. With a belt. I don't know. I mean, you could spank a kid. I get it. But you burning them now? It's his dad right here. Dwight York. These are your famous Hebrew Israelites. Your Nubians. Wow, Nubians. These so-called righteous brothers. Ancient Egyptian beliefs. Black nationalism. Cryptozoology. Christianity. UFO religion. Black Hebrewism. They believe that. They believe that. They really believe that. Again, this is a course. A lesson for you that don't know. Let's continue.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Now, I brought out the other day Jubilees. And I know that West Africans don't like to bring this out, especially when they're so-called Hebrews, because it actually shows who they are spiritually too. It really does. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Give me a second. Let me see if I can see it. There it goes. Chapter 10, verse 28. It says, this is the book of Jubilees, chapter 10, verse 28, and it says, Ham. Yeah, I'll do it like this. Hold on. Verse 28. It says, and Ham and his son went into the land which he was to occupy. This is Jubilees chapter 10, verse 8, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. Now, keep in mind, family, if you believe in the scriptures, in our scrolls, then you know that the first man did not come out of Africa. He came out of Asia, not Chinese Asia. Don't be stupid. Okay? So, Ham and his sons went into the land which was to occupy. See, the dispersion, which is where you get Eber, Peleg, Reu, all of that, all of those historical names, right? Before we get to Abraham, our father, or the friend of God. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion into the land of the south. Now, and Canaan. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, the first and then the second. Yeah, the first people, and then there was one Adam. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon on the river of Egypt, that it was very good. And he went not in the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea, West Africa. Okay? And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, meaning Israel, like that Jerusalem part, all that land right there on the coast, eastward and westward from the border of Jordan to the border of the sea. See? And and Ham, his father, and Cush, and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours. What a rebellious child, isn't he? Since the get-go, this guy was rebellious. Even today, he's rebellious. You're not Hispanics. Oh, we're Mayans. We're Mexicans. We're the people of the pyramids. We built those things. Where's your diet? Where's your tortillas? Where's your tomate? Where's your tamales? Where's your masa? Where's the thing that you should not lose even if you were in slavery? Because they wouldn't take that from you. Because they need to eat that too, right? Hello? But no, apparently these white people were so smart that he even took away their diet. Stupid asses. Anyways, and Ham and his father and Cush and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, and which does not fall to you by lot. No, which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you will be rooted out forever. Forever. A movie called The Oath, huh? Let me check it. Let me see. Watch the trailer. Let's see what they're talking about. Hold on a second here. This is interesting. Now I'm curious about this. Let's see.
Father, why do Nephites always win battles, even when Lamanites so many? Father, why do Nephites always win battles, even when Lamanites so many?
Oh, wow. He said Neophytes and Lamanites. Oh, wow. Interesting. let's continue, man. I'm curious now. Let's just chime in real quick on this, family. Let's check it out.
Battles, even when Lamanites, so many.
The Nephite only raises the sword in defense, and only to preserve life. This is our creed.
You let him escape?
Monster!
You cannot touch them.
I thought gold saved me from King's wrath!
I can show you a life beyond what you've ever known. Freedom.
I never call you king! Know this, Moroni.
Blessed Father,
Mahigana will tear this world apart.
I seal this record unto you.
Till she finds your secret.
Yeah, but even then, you know, it's funny, man. I'm not gonna watch it all, but even then, the whole time they show our people as evil beasts and savages. Anyways, let's go back. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. And Ham and his father and Cush and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, "Listen, don't settle in this land. I already read it. If not, you're gonna die by sedition. And through sedition, you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever." What is sedition? It means conduct or speech inciting people, rebel against, agitation, troublemaking, provocation, rebellion, revolt, rioting. What do we see in the streets? You can't lie to us. So anyhow, this spirit is the spirit that I keep seeing. So let's continue. Let's hear a little bit about this so-called Puff Daddy story. It's very interesting because guess what? That's why I did a class called What the Meaning of True Mayate Means. Like the meaning of Mayate, what it really means. You guys weren't called Mayates because you were black. You're called Mayates because you were gay. Let's go.
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself
Yeah.
these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself
Yeah.
these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. I had settlement with Sean, okay? And he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts. It's these attorneys, which are Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes. I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate, tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because when they would do it, Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with people and stuff, and I was like a sex slave, okay? For them, that's what I was. That's all right? I caught herpes, and I came back and I sued him for the herpes, and he won. But they did Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible, I threw everything out, it's possible I can produce a copy. So Mark Garagos used to be Michael Jackson's attorney.
Yeah, out in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he drugged Michael and they OD'd him, okay? He didn't overdose, they OD'd him, because they keep the royalties of the music. Michael alone made $860 million alone last year. What happened is Diddy and Ross, which they're good buddies, okay? They're gay.
Who?
Both. Diddy and Ross. And Khaled. They're all gay. Okay?
DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, and P. Diddy?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Khaled is a Hamas supporter. Okay?
Who supporter?
Hamas.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said it wrong.
No.
Hamas supporter, okay? Right. Basically, he's Arab, Palestinian, okay? The Ciroc agenda, okay, is basically binge drinking poured out on a yacht. They promote binge drinking and drugs.
Gotcha.
The hip-hop agenda was laid out by Obama during his last presidencies purposely. That's why they had Tupac killed, because when they kill them, you gain fame. When your record sales go up, and then people listen to your lyrics and everything, and then you become famous, okay? That's how they do it, alright? Tupac's still alive.
Yeah.
He's in Cuba. Basically, what happens is following. The hip hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs law in the United States. They move. You need to involve DEA. They move all the dope. Okay, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by
customs,
by the inside the United States. Okay, they move what's called high grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine and they move liquid cocaine in the bottles too. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen the liquid cocaine. I've drank it myself. Having sex with Giddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good.
Insane, family, but I'm trying to show you a spirit. Hey, by the way, let me read that to you, bro, because I think you're misunderstanding whoever told you that. So let's touch it now. 1 Corinthians 15:47. It's talking about the first Adam and the second Adam, right? It's just an example. It says the first man is of the earth, earthy. Genesis 2:7, from the dust of the ground. The second man is the Lord from heaven. That's not two Adams, bro. It's not two Adams. Real quick, Micah. Let me see this before I jump back into what you're gonna say. Hold on, Micah 2. It says, "Woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon the beds. When the morning is light, they practice it, because it is in their power. It is in the power of their hand. And they covet fields. They take them by violence, and the houses, and take them away. So they oppress a man in his house, even a man in his heritage, even to this day. Get out of here, damn beaners. You're not from here." Yeah, he's an evil dude. Now you know why, bro. Now you know why they don't want you to read it. Well, they don't want to tell people to read it. You know what I'm saying? Most High's dealing with the Most High's not dealing with camps. He's dealing with little sanctuaries. He left camps in the wilderness for over 40 years. Yeah, it's scriptures say, man, you can't go around assuming that scriptures say that when people tell you, oh, the Messiah's here, the Messiah's there, don't believe it. It's true, because he's dealing with you individually, but it also says to gather together. I want you guys to remember that. People say sons of sedition are the Antichrist. Yeah, you're probably right. Antichrist is everything against the laws. Or basically saying that you're the people of the book and you're not. That's another Antichrist, because you're going against the scriptures. You're going against Israel. Let's go.
Me that I need to read the destruction of black civilization, and at the same time in a sentence saying that we ain't African. These niggas don't read any book, man. I know this nigga ain't tell me that I need to read the destruction of black civilization, and at the same time in a sentence saying that we ain't African. We ain't African. These niggas don't read any book, man. It's a full jack move on these niggas' identity right now. You know, my daddy told me a long time ago before he passed away, never pick up any trash or garbage on the floor. Don't pick up nothing on the ground unless it's money. Exactly what he said. And that's what these niggas is doing. Niggas is just throwing garbage on the ground, and these bitch ass niggas is picking it up. You know what I'm saying? Using it, thinking it's money, and it's not. In Chancellor Williams' book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, all his brother do is talk about black Africans in Africa and shit. That's all of this book is talking about. The destruction of the black African civilization. And at the same time, this nigga told me I need to read the book and telling us we ain't Africans. Make up your motherfucking lost African mind. Damn. Y'all niggas getting jacked for y'all identity on TikTok. It's a sad day in black America right now.
Damn. What happens where you're a desperado? Desperado. This is from a book called Here, let me get it real quick. This one, Patuas de Convivencia Étnica en América Latina. It was the one that I was going to read to you. Okay. Can't translate the name. Can't translate the words. So here we clearly see. It says, here, I don't read that. I don't want to read. I'll read it. La esclavitud romana, transformada, perdurara durante la Edad Media. En el caso de la península, alimentada por la Reconquista, al acercarse esta es su fin, se adaptará y comenzará el comercio de esclavos con África. So check this out, okay? So watch this real quick. Where you at? Where are you at? It says here. I'm going to show you something. These so-called caciques, they weren't our people. These were Africans. These were straight up Africans who claimed to be our gente. Okay? That's what it is. Let's see if I can find it, because I think it translated in Spanish. Give me a second. See. It says here. Okay, here it goes. Here it goes right here. You see this picture? I want you to understand, these are not our gente. But see, negros want to say, oh, we were here before you guys. You guys are stupid. Read. Damn, Canaanites. Los mulatos de Esmeralda 1599, Oleo del pintor mestizo Andrés Sánchez Gaique, Museo de América. Esta pintura se realizó a fin de obsequiar a Felipe III con una obra que plasmará la exitosa conversión de los cimarrones, esclavos negros, fugados o rescatados de naufragios que acababan por convertirse en caciques de comunidades indígenas. ¡Qué casualidad! What a coincidence, huh? All of a sudden now, you guys are calling yourselves caciques. Auténticos conquistadores negros. The same ones that were conquistadores negros are now calling themselves caciques. Imagine that. It says here, convertirse en caciques de comunidades indígenas, auténticos conquistadores negros. Like these guys were the authentic freaking damn conquistadors. And then they're going to say, oh, I'm sorry, we're caciques. We're your people. What are they trying to do right now? They're trying to do the same thing. You're not too funny, man. You're too simple. You're too simple. You're too easy. Okay, you don't like it? Here it goes. Prove me wrong that you never owned slaves here in America. Prove me wrong that it was only the white man that was a conquistador. Black man. ASUPK, GMS, Sakari, all of you, whoever's watching, I'm sure not everybody in these 13, 11 people that are watching, they're not all believers of this. Hit the link. Prove me wrong. Because I'm going to read something to y'all. It says here, conquistadores negros africanos armados en la temporada Hispano-América. Yo, Juan Garrido, residente de color negro, vecino de esta ciudad de México, me presento ante su merced y declaro que tengo la necesidad de hacer una probanza a perpetuidad del rey, un reporte como servir a su majestad en la conquista y pacificación de esta Nueva España. Remember Trump said, we pacified a nation? So that's what he said. He pacified you stupid ass Mexicans. These Negroes are saying, they still say they pacified you. That's why they still think they're above you. That's why they go to this so-called capital here in Sacramento, and they want to talk shit. Hit the link. Come on. I'm not that bad. Come on, I'm just a Mexican. I'm dumb. Remember, I'm a silly dove. You guys think we're stupid. You guys think Hispanics are dumb. Hit the link. Show me that I'm wrong. Because there's a lot of people here that are actually believing what I'm saying. So if you think you're the people of the book, then tell them that I'm wrong. Page 20. Dado que el papel de las personas de descendencia africana en la colonización de Latinoamérica es relativamente poco conocida, Peter Gerhard adujo que la mayor parte de ella es historia impersonal. Su ensayo biográfico sobre Juan Garrido, a black conquistador en México. Black conquistadors. So there weren't only white people. See, it was not only white conquistadors, it was black conquistadors. So then where are you so-called black people that are so-called believers of the scriptures? Why don't you hit the link and tell me I'm reading the wrong books? Tell me that I'm wrong. You show up randomly, talk shit. Now I'm giving you the platform and you don't want to hit the link. I find that very, very, very PUSS. Black Conquistadors fue su contribución a la personalización de la historia negra en Hispanoamérica. Más de 2 décadas después, ese proceso de personalización y contextualización tiene un largo camino por recorrer. That's why I tell you, you need to learn your history. Or you're going to have these so-called IUIC camp members with that funky garment that are black and telling you you're the same people, but then they'll say you came out of their sperm. Why are you so submissive to people that are not your gente? Look, see these, that's where I got that picture. Juan Garrido, Sebastián Toral, all these are black conquistadors, just a few. Look, it even says here that it says, hold on a second. En el contexto histórico más amplio, la experiencia negra en Hispanoamérica, las fuentes de este trabajo son una combinación de material de primera mano, principalmente del género de crónicas coloniales. Se incluyen algunos documentos de archivos y algunos trabajos secundarios previos al ensayo de Gerhard, pero algunos de ellos representan de trabajos recientes. So basically here what he's saying is not everybody was a soldier. Some of them were actually like, servants. But I mean, you're so proud of your history, man. Why aren't you here telling me that I'm wrong? You say we don't know shit. You come to this channel and tell us randomly when we're doing some other classes. But now that I'm here available for y'all, you ain't hitting the link. So what is it, family? Again, that's why I said the history that you guys think you don't know shit. This is from the African Americans, Many Rivers Crossed. For generations, we understood that the history of the New World exploration and colonization primarily as a set of experience of conquest and progress more often than not. Check this out. Okay, I'm going to show you something. How can one measure all that was lost in the systematic destruction or dislocation of the civilization of the peoples whom we know today as Native Americans? How can one fully take the toll in human suffering and the irrecoverable losses to the world civilization resulting from the 4 centuries of obliteration of Native American peoples, beginning with the conquest of the Taínos on the islands of Hispaniola and the Arawak and the Caribs of Greater and Lesser Antilles, beginning in the later 15th century and 16th century, extending to the domination and subjugation of the great Inca and Aztec civilization in the 16th century. The culminating in the dreadful trails of tears in the dread decade of 1830. But as Aristotle reports Agathon, the Athenian tragic poet, saying, not even God can change the past. And while we certainly cannot change what has already happened, we as scholars, however, are duty bound to preserve the past by recording it in all of its complexities. Part of the process is restoring to the historical records the actions and words of human beings who collectively made the past. Restoring the role that persons of African descent have played in the creation of the saga of the Western civilization has been the motivation for our creation of the African American documentary series and writing of this book. It says here, the repopulating of the Western Hemisphere through a series of voluntary and involuntary migration over the past 500 years was never a one-sided progress or process. And it was never solely a European experience, meaning not only white people. It may come to a surprise to many Americans to learn that Africans played an essential part in this process from the very beginning. According to one source, Alonso Pietro, the pilot of Columbus ship, the Niña 1492, a mulatto person of mixed black and white ancestry. You see what I'm saying? In 1502, the greater Italian explorer was accompanied by a black cabin boy named Diego. The year after Columbus returned from his... Give me a second. The year after Columbus returned from his final voyage to the Americas in 1504, groups of Africans began arriving in the Caribbean. And several Africans had arrived in 1502, brought to Hispaniola, not 1619, the island composed of modern Haiti and Dominican Republic, by the Spanish governor of the island. In 1508, Ponce de Leon, usually remembered for his exploration of Florida, which Narvaez, a Negra, went with him, in search of the legendary king of Ethiopia, Preston John, and his fabled fountains of youth, took armed black men, let me hear that again, took armed black men with him to conquer Puerto Rico. I'm sounding the alarm when I do that, family. Hey, by the way, hit the links, man, and share this stuff. I'm surprised we only got 10. I'll touch on that another day, bro. I got a class focus on right now. I'll touch on it later. Because I have history on that answer. It says here, Diego Velázquez from 1511 to 1512 employed other Africans to help seize Cuba. Ya ven, pendejos? That's why these negros don't like you. Well, I'm going to show you. Watch. Let me show you. Watch. Think I'm kidding. I'm going to play it a couple times.
Black voters in Chicago are threatening to ruin the party.
This is about our people demanding the resources, just as you're giving these people, these newcomers who are walking into this country. How do you take a new group of people that have paid no taxes, can't vote, and you put them in front of the voters? So we're going to show you how we feel about the Democratic National Convention.
Turn it up. Thank you.
If you think you're going to have a peaceful Democratic National Convention in the city of Chicago while our people are starving, that's right. Stay tuned.
The Republican Party isn't responsible for persuading black Americans to see the truth. We're not that effective. The Biden administration's complete failure did it. And you know what happens when someone you love lets you down? It hurts that much more.
We are done with the Democratic Party. Randy Johnson, Governor Pritzker, and President Biden have shown us what they think about the black community all over this country. And so we're standing here today to say, okay, if that's what it is, we with it. We don't have to support the Democratic Party. Right. We don't have to continue to support people who are not going to support us. It doesn't matter anymore which party we go with. But I'll tell you this, I'd rather deal with the snake that's outfitting himself of the Republican Party than the snake that's covered up in the Democratic Party.
Maybe Jussie Smollett was right. Maybe Chicago is MAGA country. I mean, this is Chicago we're talking about. What do you think black voters are feeling in swing states? Can't be good. Biden's losing his grip on Chicago, where he won 75% of the vote. Why? Trust. The South Side of Chicago sees an old white guy who can barely walk and claims he has your back bend over backwards for foreign nationals that he let break into the country. That hits home. But the whole Rainbow Coalition's shattering into pieces. The Arab Street already decided Biden's lost.
We are announcing that President Biden has lost the 2024 election. We are not powerless as American Muslims. We are powerful. We don't only have the money, but we have the actual votes. And we will use that vote to save this nation from itself.
I'm here to tell you, Mr. Biden, that on behalf of the Michigan Muslim community, we will not be voting for you either in the primary or in the general elections.
I will work day and night to ensure that those voters abandon Biden this election.
Abandon Biden all over the country. Muslim Americans are chanting, "Genocide Joe, Genocide Joe." Blood red paint splattered all over the White House. It was just weeks ago, young Democrats were assaulting the DNC headquarters. Remember these young voters? They were Bernie bros, and they held their nose and voted for Biden. But Biden broke the deal, never paid off their student loans, destroyed the dollar, and got us roped into 2 proxy wars. You're going to see a number of angry factions converge on Chicago during the Democratic National Convention this summer, at a time when Biden's nomination isn't a sure thing. Can you imagine the superdelegates screwing around and nominating a white male San Francisco liberal, Gavin Newsom, in a...
Dude, like I totally rule. That's what that bastard sounds like. So we keep continuing seeing here. That's why they feel the way they feel. Okay. So now let's continue. It says here, the Diego Velázquez from 1511 to 1512 employed other Africans to help seize Cuba. In fact, Velázquez advised King Ferdinand that many black slaves had assisted him in his conquest of the islands. Ultimately, by 1867, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, approximately, according to them, how can it be? You were slaving people. Approximately 12.5 million of Africans had been sold into New World slavery. Of the 11 million or so Africans who survived the Middle Passage, only about 300,000 were shipped directly to what became United States. So you guys are asking for reparations for Negroes. What about everybody else in this whole continent? If you really believe that, no, it's just you selfish little bastards here in this country. You want to hide from your history that you were actually black conquistadors. We have the books to show that you had a lot of black slaves, or a lot of slaves. I'm sorry, a lot of slaves, Negros just like whites, and it wasn't our people. It wasn't our people enslaving you guys. But you love to say it. Hold on a second. What do you guys talk about? Yes, made traditions, but were their belief biblical? Who they worship across America? Just wondering. What do you guys talk about? Oh, that's right. The earlier question. What did you research native religion across America prior to invasion? Well, I'll tell you this, man. If you bring up certain beliefs about our people, about what they believed and what they actually kept regarding wisdom, I can show you that's in the Bible. That's how I know. On top of other stuff too. But again, this is on the fly, man. So I'm not trying to get involved with you guys conversating. I'll take care of it. I got a goal in mind right here. Anyways, so it says your African slave trade to the New World, the largest force in migration in human history, shaped the course of colonization and spawned the unique Afro-European society. That's why a lot of you Negros are white. And a lot of you white people are black, or so-called Africans, and you don't even know it. That's sad. You talk a lot of shit, and you don't even know what you are. It says here, without the African presence, the history of the hemisphere and the rest of the modern world would have been vastly different. How so? And surprising to us and to many of us to note that not all of the first Africans who assisted the Spanish and Portuguese came as slaves. See? An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors born in Africa, or in the Iberian Peninsula, like exactly what he mentioned in Ezekiel 30, Ethiopia, Libya, Lydia, all of that area, Grenada, all of that section, those are these guys right here. Also accompanied Spanish conquistadors such as Hernan Cortés, Ponce de Leon. Let me skip this. And as we might expect, their exploits were just as heroic. Heroic? Yeah, I read the Chickasaw pray to Yahiwa. So check this. You know what's so funny, man? I'm glad that you bring that up because that name is that's from James Adair. That's from James Adair where he found that, right? I found other books where and a brother that's been in I guess one of his group, the name is actually Yahoo. Now, I know, and again, I'm not putting no doctrine or emphasis on a name. That's not important. Repentance is number one thing. But it's something to investigate. Something to investigate. Okay. It says here. Let me read it. And as we might expect, their exploits were just as heroic and just as problematic as those of the fellow conquistadors. But far from Africans, but far more Africans came with the Spanish and Portuguese as slaves, servants with varying degrees of freedom. We know from Maya conquistadors they were also priests, treating our people like shit. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the expeditions of the New World in the 16th century. These black conquistadors. Yeah, you know what, bro? That sounds very Chickasaw, Chichimeca. I know, man. That's beautiful, bro. I'm glad you bring that out. I never thought of that. These black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the early English settlements in the Caribbean and North America. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold a pennant. I could have, done the bomb and all that, but do you Hispanics care? Or would you prefer that it would be only white people? Or are you mad because you had sex with some of them and you have kids with them and now all of a sudden you're stuck? Well, that's your shit. That's not ours. That's your shit. Juan Bardelas, Juan Garcia, Juan Beltran are just a few of the better known people of African descent who helped transform the Western Hemisphere. Remember that stupid ass Paisa Bato that came over here and he was Spaniard and Portuguese? He's like, you came out of us. He's probably one of them. That's why he feels the way he feels. Don't be surprised. It's time that you shouldn't be. We got devils all around us. We got devils all around this family. Anyways, it says, perhaps one of the best known and most colorful free black conquistadors was Juan Garrido. Born in 1480 in West Africa, Garrido either was sold to Portuguese slaves to the traders or somehow traveled in his own to Lisbon. Now, I'm going to tell you something. The Portuguese were black, so-called Swati. So-called Swati. So, begs you to wonder, man. A lot of history in this shit. Listen, family, I'm having fun. I don't know about you. Maybe you guys are offended. Maybe you expected a different channel. Like, oh, no, this guy's not going to be so offensive. Why does he hate them so much? I don't hate nobody, man. I don't hate nobody. I really don't. I love truth. That's the difference. I love truth. I hate lies. That's all I care about. I love truth. I hate lies. That's it. So, I don't hate nobody. I just want to know. And guess what? If I would have found out that it was me, like our people were slavers and shit, then I'll tell you guys, man. And I would tell you, well, then you better fucking deal with it when the time comes to pay. You got to pay the piper. If we were slavers, then we were slavers. And see, that's what I love about our gente, because we have it in our spirit. Hey, man, if I'm Israel, I'm Israel. If I'm not, I'm not. That's not that complicated, family. But for some reason, all these other nations, they have a hard time accepting it. Do you want to know why? I think it's because in our spirit, We just have that in us, man. Like, I can't even put it in words. Like, there's something about us that's like, look, I don't care. If I am, I am. If I'm not, I'm not. You know why? And I think the Most High loves people like that, man. I kid you not. So again, let's go back. Let's just kind of brush up on this. You see this right here? I'm going to show you this right now. Because you see this right here, right? You see this black man with armor. And see, they're very proud of this. So let's give him his credit. Let's give him the credit what the credit is due. Let me show you this real quick. Is it in here? So I found this book. And this is why I wanted to show you this picture. Okay. So I found this book. So now we're looking through this. You see? These guys are kind of like saying, because these guys are remembering themselves that the Moors conquered them, that they enslaved them. These people were enslaved by the Moors, by black folks. They would go into their land and take their women. They know this. Okay? Stop lying, negros. Black and Moors. You guys want the credit? I'm going to give you the credit. Look, this is you. You love it, man. Love it. Man. Love it, bro. This is you guys, man. Y'all ruled Europe. Yes, you guys did. Look at this, man. Look at this position you guys once had. Once had. Hey, and by the way, you know, this whole time, family, I've been posting this right here, you know, because son bien disque cabrones, no? Like, bien acá, bien gallos and shit. They show up when I'm in class, like, son bien gallos, no? Like, hey, you know, prove to us. Okay, fine. Today, I'm available for you. Prove. Come on, let's go. Where you at? Or are you enjoying this education that I'm telling you? Because is it marinating in your spirit, Mr. African? This is you guys. And I'm so sick and tired of saying that you guys are here from this continent. No, you are Africans. Live with it. You will never rule. You're not the people of the Most High. Sorry. It is what it is. Go eat a taco. Sit in the corner. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. It's just what it is. This is you guys. You ruled at one time. You guys ruled. That's it. You're done. You're Ezekiel 30, Ezekiel 28, Ezekiel 29. That's who you are. It's just sad that you're just not willing to accept it and embrace it. I had something in mind with this picture. Check this out, family. Look at this. The Pope Innocent III, one of many black popes. Even though he don't look black. But I guess they based it off his curly hair. Then that makes no sense then. Because if you were a pope, if you ruled Europe, then what does this mean? Deuteronomy 28:64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people. Now, we know that the Lord would scatter Egyptians too. Now, we know that we were scattered all over. We got proof of it. From one end of the earth even to another. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, Negro. You're telling me that you actually knew about Christianity. So what the hell are you talking about? Hit the link. I know you're watching. I mean, I'm not new around. This is not a new channel. I've been demanding for you guys to hit the link. You know why? Because I need you to prove this to us. Inquiring minds want to know. Check this out, fam. It's a little kid book. Broken Shields. Let's enjoy it. Okay. We'll put it like this. Go down and it says, matter of fact, I'll bring it back. It says here, in 1521, Hernan Cortez, with the help of native allies, defeated and destroyed the great Aztec Empire led by Moctezuma. The book tells us the story of the event. Bernardino de Sahagún was a Spanish friar and missionary who came to Mexico shortly after the conquest. He interviewed the elders of the people and collected their accounts of Big conquest in their life, 12-volume work of Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España. You see this right here? Let's kind of go through this real quick. We're almost done, family, and I'm going to switch over to the video that I told you guys. I didn't tell you guys, but I had it in mind. Let us sing our grief. Let us lament our fate, so that no one will ever forget what our people have suffered. Daniel 9. When they come, remember the book we showed you yesterday? When they subjugated us there in Tenochtitlan, they the Spaniards, negros and whites. Yes, black folks, you so-called black Americans, you like to call yourselves black Americans. Yes, you guys helped the white man. You want to know why it was you guys? Because your spirit expresses it. So shut your ass up and fuck your reparations. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get some people to go with me to the actual Capitol, family, because we got some shit to show. Let's see if they can handle truth. Them and their stupid ass Moor hats. You want to be a Moor? I'm gonna give you some more then. Before the Spaniards came, even as the sun shone, a huge comet fell announcing their arrival. See? Our gente knew. Our gente knew. The year one Cain arrived. Oh, what? The year one Cain arrived and the Spaniards appeared. Holy mother of Jesus. I did not expect that, family. How a coincidence came. Suddenly they were near our shores, where the sky joins the sea. And when Moctezuma heard, he immediately sent messengers as if he thought that it was our God, Quetzalcoatl, returning to us. He's the real thing, fam. I've been reading some stuff, man, and anyways, let's continue. I don't see him like you guys see him, like, oh, he died of our sins. And no, I don't see him like you guys see him. He didn't do that. He came to show us how to come to that next evolution, for lack of better words. Because flesh ain't going to the next world. And a woman from here, one of us, was their interpreter. She was Malitzin. They had captured her on the coast. How interesting that Malitzin, right, captured her on the coast, but negros never put pictures of Malitzin. If they say that they're from the people from here, how come they don't have pictures of Malitzin looking negra? Just pendejos, güey. Stupid, bro. You guys like to mess around in TikTok. Come on YouTube, bro. Come and debate me, man. How come y'all gonna come get a piece of this? Come get some of this, old man. I don't know nothing, man. I ain't nobody. I'm just a dumb Mexican. That's what you guys say. And when they finally moved, when the Spaniards advanced, the people of the coast guided them, led them, and prepared the way for them. All right. See this? From then on, Moctezuma had no sleep, no food. He was afraid. He was uneasy about the future of his people. That's right. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Before I read this, what the fuck is that thing right there? What is that, family? What is that?
Are you?
What is that? What is that? And you know what's so funny? He's as big as a horse. So now let's read. And when the Spaniards arrived at the land of Tlaxcala, the chief of the people came to greet them. They showed them their palace. They took care of them. They helped them. This man is bigger than a horse and almost as tall as a dude. Sounds like a football player. Negro. See our people being courteous. And here's a negro right here, another negro. That's Juan Garrido, supposedly. Soon the Spaniards took the road to Mexico. They were covered with steel. Dust blew around them. Their metal lances, remember? Their metal lances, their bat-shaped lances shone like the sun. And then Moctezuma came out to meet them and greet them with splendid gifts. So now we see the murder. Look at that. So now here's the curious part. You see these people right here? You know, like little pointy noses, right? What about this guy? He doesn't have a pointy nose, does he? You see his thick lips? That's a negro right here. That's an African. Again, Historia Negra en Hispano-America. If you don't like it, hit the link. Oh, he was Handsome John? First documented free black person and that would become the United States. What? For real? He was Handsome John? Wow. Holy mother of God. I know who that guy is. No way, dude. This is crazy. This is not fucking fun. This is not funny, family. It's not funny. The meaning behind the song. Wow. Wait, no, this is not it. No, this is not it. I gotta look into this, man. I remember that name, bro. That's crazy. Anyway, let's continue. I don't want to lose this. So, as you can see, though, you see the armor. Remember the armor, family? What was the armor like? See that?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Stop lying to yourselves, and stop trying to blame just the white man. You want to be righteous, then call spade a spade. Because here we see clearly that a black man was the one that chopped off the legs and arms of our gente. A black man was the one that brought smallpox. And now the white man's the one passing laws and trying to tell us that we're not from here. And now the black man's opening their mouth saying that they're from here too. Open your eyes. And when the time came to celebrate the Feast of Gods, and when they were dancing and singing, then the Spaniards appeared. They blocked all the doorways. They cut off the hands of the drummers. They cut off their heads. Their heads rolled far from their bodies. In this way, war began. The Spaniards, black and white, negros and güeros, gringos, anyways, tried to flee the city that night. We followed them, and it was then that we killed them. Many died, many drowned in the canals. Or canals, I'm sorry. To this very day, the Spaniards hid in Tlaxcala. They rested, forfeited themselves. They built brigantines. Then suddenly they attacked us again. They surrounded us by land and by water. And once it happened that our brave warriors captured many Spaniards, we took them to the altar. We sacrificed them to the gods, and their skulls were placed along poles beside the temple. Yeah, very convenient, huh? How many of you think we're white and black? The ones in the middle? For 3 months we fought, we suffered, we were hungry, we ate anything we could find, lizards swallowed and corn husk. We chewed water lilies, leather, and dust from the bricks. And when they defeated us, when we lowered our shields, when we fell, there was 3 houses in the calendar of the year and 1 serpent in the calendar day. This first-person account of the tragic downfall of ancient Mexicans is drawn from the volume 7 of Friar Bernardinos of Sagahun, 12 volume, A General History of the Things of New Spain, published in the 16th century. It is based on his conversation with the Mexicans who had been present at the event and took the form of a lament. Pictures come from the history of the New Spanish Indies. You tell me, what is what? Black Tudors, a peek into the lives of 10 people of African diaspora who lived in Tudor, Britain. The Tudors, do you guys know who they are?
A ver,
¡Que alguien me explique!
Show you.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams out of market.
Here, check it.
You think you know a story, but you only know how it ends. To get to the heart of the story, you have to go back to the beginning.
The Tudors on DVD.
I swear to you, I intend to be a just ruler. But tell me this. Is it better for a king to be feared or loved?
A bold new vision of the life and passion of young King Henry VIII.
They say that all his liaisons are soon over.
Perhaps you could imagine a way to keep his interest more prolonged?
Who are you?
Anne Boleyn.
There's something dangerous in you, Anne. Those eyes are like dark hooks for the soul.
You must know I desire you with all my heart. I want a divorce, and you will get one for me.
Starring Jonathan Rhys-Meyers.
I have yet to decide whether to make your bedmate a head shorter.
Sam Neill.
I make it my business to know the king's business.
And Jeremy Northam.
If you want the world to know that the King of England is incapable of keeping his word, then of course I will go and tell him. After all, I am merely your Majesty's humble servant.
The Tudors has become a major hit in America, with audiences as well as critics. 4 stars.
This is your doing!
Tremendously entertaining.
How dare you look at me! I am your lord and master!
Jonathan.
Oh yeah, I want you to own it. Oh yes, I want you to own it. Yes, yeah, you want to be them? Then so be it. Be them.
Gotcha, bitch!
Be them. I'm not going to take it from you. No, not at all. Please, by all means, please enjoy yourself. Rub all yourself all you want, you Tony Moore. Soft skin Tony Moore. By all means, please. Hype it all up. Don't run from your history. Because this is your history too. Who are the Phoenicians, family? Hamites, right? This is from a book called Druidism. It says here, Druidical schools. This is in chapter 6. You guys should read it. The Sword Bearer, Knight Templar, Freemasons. Oh, you're there again. The Prayer of the Chief Bard, Druidical Circle, Stones, Stonehenge, and the Phoenician art. Celtic language, blah, blah, blah. Let me show you something real quick. The Celtic language, according to some authorities, is a dialect of the Phoenician language, being a relative to the Hebrew. The Phoenicians inhabitants of Tyre. This is you guys. You created Judaism. Negros. There's a lot of ugly ass history behind you. And then you wonder why you get a lot of this stuff right here. Then you wonder why you're like, why? I don't understand. It's the music. No, it's your fucking spirit. I'll show you. I think we're lying. We're not lying. We're just tired. So what gives you the right to go around telling us what the hell's going on, and yet we can't tell you what the hell you're doing?
In January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December.
What's your body count?
Are you gonna post this on TikTok?
No, probably not.
74? 74?
What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel and enjoy my content, a sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11, okay. So 33, yeah.
4.
4, so quick math, 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3?
Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3 and that's the real number.
Can I make it 34? in 12. I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah guys, most women lie about their body counts, so you just multiply the number by 3 and that's the real number. Here.
What is
I think they picked purple, bro. Let's go.
you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
Dixon!
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Last question.
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope, that's
No,
dope.
2. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
2.
Okay, bet that.
Not 1,000 yet.
By the way guys, she's on a podcast that is...
Damn, 1,000, man. Canaanites, Phoenicians, Druids, devil worshippers, child sacrificers. Matter of fact, who was a brother? Here, matter of fact, he posted it the other day. Check this out, family. Let me show you something. Because we understand, we follow, we try to learn. Oh, hold on. Got a brother here that posted something very interesting. He said, over 80 million abortions in America alone. Over 80 million in America alone. Okay. If you break down the actual abortion, a matter of fact, abortion rate based on race. Abortion rate based on race. Classes. So we're talking about ancient Judaism, right? These guys love sacrificing children. Yeah, they did. They love sacrificing kids. Sacrifice. Watch. Excuse me. Here goes one right here. All right, let me see this one. Let me see this one. There it goes. It is possible that the practice of burning was derived from Phoenicia, where the annual sacrifice of human beings by fire. Damn, Negroes trying to act like you guys are the people of the book. Shut your ass up. Look, black, non-Hispanic, 27% abortion rate. Y'all do this. You guys have not stopped at all. Black people are the highest abortion rate people in the world. Listen, which was part of worship of Moloch may have given rise to the custom of burning malefactors and prisoners taken in war, and other immolations in vogue amongst the Druids, Phoenicia, sacrifice, black people. And you say you're the people of the book? We see your history, but it's a history you don't want to know. You want to add things to yourselves, like, oh, we were scattered everywhere. No, that's not true. Oh, we're the people, we're Mayas. No, that's not true. We're Aztecs. No, that's not true. We ruled Europe. Yeah, that's true. But then that means that the scriptures don't apply to you, so that's not true. Leviticus 18:21. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire of Moloch. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. But like I said, seditious nation. Yeah, I'm going hard on you guys today. You know why? Because I'm sick and tired of it shit. You don't think I see these messages? You don't think I see what you guys actually do? Would you tell a gente? No, I'm tired of it.
Without the people of America.
And this too, hey, this goes for y'all too. We're finishing it off soon, family, and then we're going to switch it off to the other class.
Mexico, figuratively speaking, would be eating cat food out of a can and living in a tent behind an outback. So why don't you and the president, embarrassing no one, get on the phone and call President Lopez Obrador and make him a deal he can't refuse to allow our military and our law enforcement officials to go into Mexico and work with his to stop the...
Porque yo soy mexicana, dicen que soy ilegal. Pero si tú lees la historia, esta es mi tierra natal. Y tú, gringo americano, tú sí que eres ilegal. Porque yo soy mexicana, aquí me voy a quedar. Y aunque tú pongas la barda, yo me la voy a brincar. Por arriba o por abajo, ni cuenta te vas a dar. Diosito hizo la tierra para todos por igual. Se las dejó a Adán y a Eva, el paraíso terrenal. Y por su desobediencia nos puso aquí a trabajar. El mexicano no raja, Él viene aquí a trabajar. Él no viene a tirar bombas. Él no viene aquí a matar.
Without the people of America, Mexico, figuratively speaking, would be eating cat food out of a can and living in a tent behind an outback.
That's how they feel, fam. I'll give you another feeling. So don't be surprised now when people tell you who they are. Believe them. Believe them. Okay? You just stop. It's not your people. This whole bull crap that you fell for, it's okay. We all fell for it too. BHI and Afrocentrics, they came up with something new every day. Yeah, they do, bro. Damn, man, that's a fire. Make up own history, bro. So this is how they really feel about you guys. Let's go.
We'll say too, we're live on air, so, but, you know, what do you think about what the mayor's doing, and what should the president and the White House be doing?
This is up to us. This is up to each and every one of us to stand up. Nobody's coming here for us. Right. We're here for ourselves. If we don't get up and fight for our city, nobody's coming for us. They're coming to destroy it. The reason why they're here is to steal our votes. Right. We're not going to be able to live. They're stealing our votes, our kids' future, my birthright. Our United States, this great city that I refuse to leave. Do you understand? Nobody's coming for us. These elected officials aren't even elected. They're using absentee ballots. They're being selected. They're operating without.
What did you think that AOC, you know, when she came out and other members of Congress and they had this press conference, what did you think about their comments?
They will never be allowed to walk down the streets again.
Migrants continue to come in. I will.
Black voters in Chicago are threatening to ruin the party.
This is about our people demanding the resources. Just as you're giving these people, these newcomers who are walking into this country. How do you take a new group of people that have paid no taxes, can't vote, and you put them in front of the voters? So we're going to show you how we feel about the Democratic National Convention.
Turn it up. Thank you.
If you think you're going to have a peaceful Democratic National Convention in the city of Chicago while our people solve it, that's right. Stay tuned.
The Republican Party isn't responsible for persuading black Americans to see the truth. We're not that effective. The Biden administration's complete failure did it. And you know what happens when someone you love lets you down? It hurts that. Black voters in.
You don't have to continue to support.
Family, those negros right there in the background, those Africans right there, that's those Moors. That's what they believe in, that they conquered your ass and raped you. You see this little African girl right here, this little old ass woman right there? That's what she believes in too. That's her spirit right there. That came here one time and told you ain't shit. So who's down to go with me to Capitol Hill? Let's go. I'm ready. I got a lot to say. And I want them to see me. Because I got a mission, family. They don't know where I'm coming. They don't know where I'm from, but I'm going to tell you something. They're going to find out. Let's go.
If that's what it is, we with it. We don't have to support the Democratic Party. Right. We don't have to continue to
Right.
support people who.
Hey, listen, I'm done with that shit. I don't care, man. You know, we already know what's going on with these people. We already know how they feel. So if you guys want to stick around, you guys can stick around. You know, I know some people leave, but this is the actual class that I'm going to show right now. Matter of fact, look, only this guy posted some shit. That's how I know you guys haven't watched it. So this is Ocho Chicloso, who comes over here and says that this is a show. This is the entertainment channel. So maybe it is. But you know what? This entertainment is very damn factual. So enjoy the class, family. Have a good night. Shalom or shalom or shalom or whatever it is you want to use. But I'm out, man. I'm tired. I worked hella hard this week. And I put a lot of effort to get some classes in. I hope you guys can. Hey, wait. I want to tell you guys something. I did ask you guys last week to pray for my family because my son wasn't doing well. And a couple weeks ago. And you want to know something, family, man? Your prayers were heard. My son is doing so much better, man. He's doing so much better. Remember, my son's autistic, severe autism, and he lost his eyesight 4 years ago. So it's a lot to battle. And he's 23 years old. He's doing his best to handle it, man. I don't even know how. I mean, man, he shows me how to be a man because the way he takes this stuff, man, bro, he handles it like he's so happy. Like, okay, Dad, I'm so happy to hear you. He loves talking now, you know what I mean? So he's always wants to hear our voice. But I tell you what, man, that little boy has changed my life. I would not be who I am today. And I always believe that our kids are not our kids. They're our children's. They're the kids of our fathers, of our actual creator. Remember that, family. Your children of our father first. They're here for us to help them grow and become good spiritual people. Don't destroy them. Please. I know for a fact. I got 4 children, 23, 20, 11, and a 2-year-old and 9 months. I don't know why God gave me a little baby. At my age, I don't know why. But I'll tell you this, man. I'm so happy to have my family. That's why we're so tight, fam. And I would love for y'all to experience that because it's so good to know that you got your family and you guys are a unit, like powerful unit family. That's what I'm trying to show y'all. And by the way, the Willie Lynch was a fucking lie. Good night.
¿Te atreverías?
Ahí está. ¡Bemba! ¡Es original! ¡Kimba! Ella lo baila. ¿Quieres de mí? Origini. Todo para ti. ¡Hey, baby! Original y originini. Yo no tengo un cromo de panini. Si viene el Kimba lo reventó con el fucking altavoz. Si vengo por reniga, estoy con el chico para soltarlo bien tranquilito. Ese Kimana, el Kimaneto, porque tiene el ritmo y esqueleto. No vi, ella no vio nada. Cuando suelto ritmo parece la bocanada. No soy un dragón, pero suelto llamaradas. No soy un cabrón, pero sueno que te cagas. Original y parecen bandadas de cuervos volando que viene a matar. Si quieres algo del magneto, siempre ves buscando un ritmo. Es original, siempre suena fresco. Lo mejor me lo merezco. No tenemos parentesco con la sociedad parece popescu. Ey, original el maneta ha llegado pa' soltar los ritmos sentados. Si quieres algo bueno, pues yo vengo de un pasado. Desde lejos, hace tiempo, no soy viejo. Estoy atento, estoy contento. El entrecejo, no lo ves, esconde hace tiempo. Original representa the radio, el Netflix de Europa. Pa' venir a reventar todos los escenarios y llevarme la copa.
Un aplauso, hermano.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S.
Tú no te puedes ir si haceme algo ya para culminar.
Hostia puta, tío, qué bueno.
O te pongo otro. El principio, este mismo. ¿Está bien? Vale. Desde el principio entonces. Ahí va, atención.
Estamos en AC Radio International Real. Hey, hemos vuelto a la casa del Real Nefri de Europa. Bombo claro, dice. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Hey, sing it boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi cruz solo tú, dan mi luz. Hey, sing it badu. Don't stop, everybody don't stop. Llegó el general para prender el club. Sing it boy, then yabadabadu. Con mi cruz solo tú, dan mi luz. Everything come through. Ooh, girl, think you better. I think you clever. Hey, stay, my fucking old nigga. Hey, girl, think you better. I think alone, my brother. Everybody come on, nego, hace radio, está fresco. Dice, mueve la cadera, mueve tremendo. Suena perfecto, filo becar. Suena perfecto, viene del ritmo del ghetto. Band the fuck international. Hey, nego, the fama no really nobody se mueve el estilo.
This is James.
Hey, Shalom fam. Yo. What's up, fam? What's up? Hopefully this camera lasts me a little longer. Hold on, let me change that. Huh, I wonder why it shows that. Okay, there it goes. Showing colors. Yeah, man, I'm moving stuff around, trying to see which is the best way. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something, okay? It's hella hot in here, man. It's hella hot in here. I don't have air conditioning, so you're going to see me do this. You know, like the little fan, little spray. At least in the meantime, man, until I can get this, until they can get this air conditioning going, all right? So shalom for everybody here that's here. I see you guys. Appreciate you being here, family. You know how I care about you guys a lot. I do really sincerely mean that. Rich, Elisheva, who else? Yeah, Rich, Elisheva, and I guess there's a couple more in secret. Maybe our brother Vladimir is watching. Yeah, there you go, bro. I can never see you on the screen. You already know, bro. Anyways, listen. So check it. I was debating whether I should continue or just bring you guys a segment of this this book that we destroyed, right? This fake story here. But you know, it almost seems like I don't know, man. I'll be honest. Spiritually, it strengthens me. On the flesh, it's disappointing because I would think that I'd had more response. I thought that would maybe trigger more brothers and sisters, but apparently not, man. You guys are either hard to convince, or you're too lost in the sauce, or you're too much in the cojones of this Alofi god of Africa that you guys are all in love with, with this One West crap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to go through this class as quick as I can and see if I can squeeze in that segment of just destroying the stupid book, which is just ridiculous. Now remember, family, I'm gonna bring up scriptures and some books today, and again, I'm gonna try to squeeze in that Willie Lynch is a fraud section. Keep in mind that when I read some of this material, you're going to hear Christians and you're going to hear Europeans. Now, I wrote this for myself to remember. Christians always means white people, right? But Europeans does not always mean white people, too. So keep that in mind. All right, so they're not always the same. A lot of times we go and read a book on history and we see Christians and Europeans. We think the same people, same so-called, bloodline, right? Edom, Esau, whoever you guys think he is. I want you to know that there's a difference between those two when I showed you these books. But before we do this, I really want to touch on these three things, okay? And I got this wonderful book called I wish you guys could see it. It's called this one here, okay? Right there. Now, this book is just a book on topics, consecration, confession, things of that nature, right? And one of the things really stood out to me because, man, some of the most simplest laws you fake Hebrews on both ends, white and black, just don't know how to keep. I'm going to show you one real quick. Okay? I'm going to show you guys one real quick, fam. Because, it's if you guys are our people, if you think we are, right? For God's sakes, man, you should consider what I'm sharing. We have, and Vladimir, I don't know, yeah, they can see you. Please confirm. We got Old Testament people now claiming or supporting what I'm sharing with a little bit of their own twist, but agreeing to it like, well, you shouldn't only blame the white man. Hey, however it's coming, people got to know. And they're going to remember who brought this out, too. It wasn't no so-called Judah. So then this channel, I want you guys to remember, you so-called Black Americans, you guys are not Judah. Wash that shit out of the woolly, bro. Seriously, you guys are not. I repeat, you're not Judah. Okay? So first, let's wash that away. May you be Israel? Yeah. It's time to start accepting that, family. Not Judas. Get over it. Get that 12 tribe crap out of you. Wash it. Be born again. You're never going to understand this channel. You're just going to see hatred like the guy that came and bezazzled his way out of here. Listen, man, I don't care about your guys' emotions. I don't care what color you. It don't matter to me, man. I'm all praises to the Most High that he created the spirit regardless of what flesh I have in me. Exodus chapter 23. Trash it. Exactly, man. Get rid of that thought. Boom. Blow it out of the waters. Because you know what? We have black conquistadors who enslaved black people too. Now you're going to go say, oh, well, we were teaching it. No, because you never called out the black people in this country. You went to point the finger in Africa. Not here. Now, let's read Exodus chapter 23 and verse 1. Very simple. Thou shalt not raise a false report. That's not hard. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thy hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Let me simplify it for you, Ebonics. Do not spread false rumors. The Willie Lynch letter, that's an effing more than a rumor. This one that I ripped, that I spent money on, because it's trash. It says, do not spread false rumors. Do not help a guilty person by giving false testimony. You so-called Hispanics, you didn't do the homework. You didn't do the research. You didn't do the homework. You telling me that? Please tell me. Because look, any common sense individual will understand that there is absolutely no history to confirm that this was actually real. Nothing. Zero. Oh, I'm sorry. If I do that, you're going to think I'm some kind of tribal or Mason Jew. So let me stop that. A 0, okay? 0. Nothing to substantiate this so-called history or so-called backbreaking and so-called twisting the people around. You can't do that no more. Cannot do that today. Never again will you ever be doing that again and using our scriptures to say, oh, that's why I act. No. So, first things first, do not follow the majority when they do wrong. Now, I told you so-called Hispanic brothers, and you had it come, man. Tú te dije, güey. And you said, well, there's the wheat and the tares, Ak. That's what you said to me. Do not follow the majority when they do wrong or when they give testimony that perverts justice. Why? Because you guys are not, never did you allow us so-called people, let's just say not even Hispanics, to learn the word properly. No, you relabeled yourself, you slapped the title on you, and you sold us that title. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now, family. 500 years we haven't had the Bible. Luckily, all praises to the Most High, we're starting to see our book for the first time. The last 20 years, maybe 50. And it's not because of you, West Coast, One West, or Wobbles, not at all. This has been going on already in Central America. It had to develop. And it took the particular people to wake the hell up at that time to start setting the pieces together. There are Psalms that were directly plagiarized from Egyptian texts. Yeah. Hold on, let me continue. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So let's continue before I move on to this from this chapter. Do not follow the majority when they do wrong or when they give testimony that perverts justice. Why? Because you don't give people the sole truth of the word. You see, you're supposed to give the whole truth and let people digest that. And if it's bitter, it's bitter. That's the way it works. You're not here to be a respecter of person, which is one of my topics. I think let me see. Yeah. It's just common sense, guys. Do not spread false rumors. First of all, this is a false rumor, okay? So whoever you are, and you know what, man? Shame on you, so-called scholars, Black American scholars, you so-called great people of Harvard, because they use this book to sell you the great debate. Make sure that you get the biggest, strongest. As a matter of fact, let's check it in. See, this is so emotional. This is so moving. This is so important to us. This is the reason why in America. This is why we need reparations. Because the white folks did this. Listen, family. This is supposedly of a man in 1930s, okay? A professor in Harvard. The tricky thing is that he says this supposedly in the movie. They're portraying that this is a true story. Supposedly he quotes this book in the movie, considering that era, 1930, right? Funny part is that this book was not found until 1970 somewhere, and then it wasn't uploaded until 1990 in the Gopher server, which nobody really knows who it's coming from. Okay, now when you look at the book, 1712, the writing in the book is absolutely not from that time. So how does this man of 1930s get a book from the 1712s that wasn't printed until 1970 that somehow, some way showed up in 1990? It's called propaganda. Let's go.
We're trying to get to know each other, Mr. Lowe. I was trying to get to know you, Mr. Tulsa.
Thank you, brother.
I'm not the one on the debate team. Are we not engaged in a debate right now? All right. I'll take the affirmative. Take the meanest, most restless nigger. Strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining male niggers, female niggers, and nigger infants. Tar and feather him. tie each leg to a horse facing in opposite direction, set him on fire, and beat both horses until they tear him apart in front of the male, female, and nigger infants. Bullwhip and beat the remaining nigger males within an inch of their life. Do not kill them, but put the fear of God in them, for they can be useful for future breeding. Anybody know who Willie Lynch was? Anybody? Raise your hand. No one? He was a vicious slave owner in the West Indies. The slave masters in the colony of Virginia were having trouble controlling their slaves, so they sent for Mr. Lynch to teach them his methods. The word lynching came from his last name.
Emily, that's another really ridiculous statement that he said. He says the name Willie came from him, right? The Lynch thing, from Willie Lynch of 1712. But there wasn't no Willie Lynch in 1712, family. There was a Willie Lynch in the 1830s or 40s. And that's what it's actually coined by. Not 1712. So you see, there is a lot of sopa de fideo in this so-called history. Now I'm gonna tell you this, family, and you're not gonna like me. This is the biggest lie Satan has ever created. Create a history that reflects the Bible to claim it prophecy. Nobody, I'm telling you, look, I don't even care if you guys don't believe me anymore. The Most High is dealing with 144. That's really the fact. So if you guys don't believe me, don't believe me. I'm not expecting a lot of people to listen to me. Listen, man, since that other video of Incognito Negrito, YouTube has just completely decimated the views and all that. Check me on the algorithm. That, I know you guys YouTube are, and that's okay. Because I'm not here to make a school like IOIC. That's not the way the scriptures work or work. Now, they do tell us consistently who your enemy will be and what the enemy will do to you and what is going to be the tools in order for you to submit yourself to some other God and worship another demon in another philosophy with another spirit. And you guys know what scripture that is, the 2 Corinthians, but I'm not on going there. 2 Chronicles 19:7. Watch what he reads there, okay? Honor the Lord and act carefully, because the Lord our God does not tolerate fraud or partiality or the taking of the bribes. Let me do the King James, okay? Because some of you guys don't understand. Wherefore, now let the fear of the Lord be upon you. Let me remind you of that. I don't forget about that. I don't fear man. I'm going to tell you this right now. I fear the Most High because he can take my spirit and my flesh for sure, and my spirit. Now I know what it feels like being a bottom barrel, what I've been. I don't want to go there anymore. Walking in hell in his flesh, you're out of your mind. Take heed and do it, for there is no iniquity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gifts. So I don't give a damn if you guys show up and say, you are crazy, you're a dumb Mexican, you don't know what you're talking about, you're a stupid spick, we're Judah, blah, 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 God has woolly hair. I don't give a shit. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Because, quite frankly, a lot of you guys don't even understand what I'm reading and are seeing. It goes over your head. You know, quite frankly, it amazes me that it's empirical data, in case you guys don't even know what that means. It's fact that we've had black conquistadors. It had black people that enslaved a lot of people. And you mofos don't give a shit. They tell you in their own face, oh, the Confederate, we supported the white man everywhere. We built this country. We were always next to the white man. And well, guess who they fought? Dummies. Us. Hello. Whose country did they take? Us. Hello. You guys are stupid. Who goes to the ballot every freaking 4 years? Them, not us. I mean, come on, fam. And look, like this guy, Jay, right? I guess you got mad because I didn't answer. You talk about the 42 laws of Ma'at, man, and I know you're probably going to say probably we've been around for 30,000 years. So if you believe that, then there's no reason for you and I to talk. Because if I bring you the scriptures and I show you where the Ma'at came from, you're probably going to go and choke yourself. Okay, so let's not even go there. Why don't you pay attention to the class? Maybe you'll learn something. And see, this is what bothers me. Look, I see, 300 subscribers, man, and every now and then I see about 90 views. You want to know something, man? If you're only here to subscribe to watch the enemy, by all means, stick around. But if you're subscribing, you're a gente, and you don't even take the time, then unsubscribe. We don't need you. 144, that's it. 144,000. That's it. No more, no less. So quite frankly, I'm not bugged out anymore. I'm not begging for this stuff. The Most High chose me, man, and I'm like at the wilderness, man, feeling crazy. You guys don't believe me, but it's okay. James 2:9. But if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin, and are convinced of the law as transgressors. So what's going on for all of you guys that are in these camps saying the white man, the white man, the white man? But I tell you, hey, man, black people did it too. Well, it's different because it was philanthropy. Shut your ass up. But if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin. Sin number 2, because the first one was don't make false report. You guys, black Americans, you One West doctriners, you Fopies, all of you guys, you reparation worshiping damn demons, you wobbles, you want to be, all of you guys use that book and it's not even real. Oh, that's the biggest sin. And guess what? You guys all have to pay for that sin because you made everybody believe into something that's not true. You don't know what that means? You guys owe a lot. You think it's just what? No. The Bible, if y'all believe the Bible, guess what? You guys lost already. Put the book down by all means. I don't know how you're going to repent from all this. What are you going to go to knock into every black man's door and say, and black woman's door and say, listen, the Philly Lynch letter was a lie. It was a fraud. You know, the elite blacks or whatever they were, or Jew blacks, whatever, or white ones, whoever planned all this, because I'm going to show you something else. They all did it. Nah, you guys were part of it. And this is only one out of many bunk ass stories. And I'm not afraid to tell you guys because I know I'm not lying. This right here. Biggest fraud ever created in mankind, right there. On top of the other one, transatlantic slavery and partes qui intervention, saying that it only applies to certain people. Lie. Let's continue. Deuteronomy 69. You guys picked the wrong day, man. Deuteronomy 69, because I really don't even, I had it, man. Y'all demons are going to stay with these demons. So, hey, let the wheat and the tares grow together. And you know what, family? Pay attention to that parable because the wheat doesn't grow as fast as the tares. The tares make themselves known right away. So we see who's showing ourselves right away. You see, there it goes. Look, it goes up, it goes down. It goes down. All praises, man. I want you guys to hate what I say because maybe then you will actually try to confirm what I'm showing you. And I'm not BSing you guys. This ain't hate, man. These are just facts. Deuteronomy 16:19. It reads, thou shalt not wrest judgment. Let me do it easy. You guys don't even know what that means. 16:19. They are not to be unjust or show partiality in their judgments. I call it all across the board. I don't care who you had something to do with this. I'm gonna show you. Why would I not? I don't owe you guys anything. You're not my people. You showed it already. I did my part. I contributed. I made the effort. And no, Spirit bears witness. No, you can't force it upon me. They are not to be unjust or show partiality in their judgments. They are not to accept bribes. So every single camp that you guys watch, OPs and IUICs and ICPKs, they got their, can collectors out there, vocab Malones, all of them take money. All of them take donations. All of them sell their Pantheon memberships. Every single one of them uses the word of God in order for you to what? Bribe their asses. Because the moment that you don't give them any money, will they put the same effort? Because some of us are working our asses off and then still making time to come in here in a hot ass room and do the class and not get paid for it. Because guess what? I'm not going to be blinded by gifts because it says, for gifts blind the eyes of even of wise and honest men and cause them to give wrong decisions. Hold up. It starts right there. It starts right there. And look. You see, fam, this is what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about, bro. We're right here. We're showing some stuff. We're showing some love to some of our gente. There's some people watching and then like they skedaddle. I'm telling you, man, you so-called Hispanics don't give a rat's ass about our people. Stop. And you know what? Oh, by the way, let me talk about something. You Republicans and you Democrats. That movie, Sound of Freedom, you almost captivated me with your BS. Now, it very was emotional to me because that's our gente. But you're only using this for political gain. All of a sudden, now you got these damn Republicans. Oh, the Democrats are trying to oppress the movie. They're trying to, keep it down because they don't want people to find out that Democrats eat kids. Let me tell you something, you stupid, damn political, ingenious bastards. You guys created this mess. The highest consumer of child trafficking porn is in America. And and by the way, it's your Republican Democratic laws that have caused all of this too to happen. Now you want the Republicans to say, oh yeah, we care about the moving of the children. Oh, save the children. No, all it is political gain. Because as soon as I saw Republicans pushing against it, then they say, oh yeah, I'm so moved by it. Yeah, while you still support the damn laws in Florida, right? It's stupid. Y'all are dumb. You don't even read the first verse. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Watch. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to show you something because you guys don't even, man. Hold on. See if I can find it. Let's see. Here it goes right here. Okay. This is easy for you, Republicans and Democrats of both colors. Exodus 21:16. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in the hand, he shall surely be put to death. And you Republicans are Christians, you believe in the Bible. This is your history. So you owe it. And I'm not just talking about one particular color. Hell no, not in this channel. You don't get away with that. Not at all. Exodus 18:21. Let's go back. Let's take to the topic. 18:21. It reads, moreover, thou shalt not provide out of all the people moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth. Pay attention to this. Men of truth, hating covetousness. I'm gonna pause you on that one real quick so you guys can understand. Pause on that real quick. Hating covetousness, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. As partial albino, your pineal glands, as a partial albino, your pineal glands avoids Christ. Yeah, you believe in that esoteric shit. Yeah, Jimmy, we don't believe that, bro. Not at all, man. That's all esoteric emerald tablets. Hey, family, I want to tell you something, man. I have a video right now that just came up in my live, and I was thinking about showing you, but I'm not. I'm going to show you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, I want you to, chime in, excuse me, and tune in. Very interesting, because it actually talks about the same thing that I've been talking about. Now, anyways, I'll tell you what. Let's continue. This is getting very good. I'm glad I keep touching on this subject, man. Look, listen, I'll say it like this. I'm not looking for these things. They're just coming to me. I'm not purposely looking for them. Let's go. Teachings of top, bro. You better really do your homework on that. The Secret Teachings book is probably a good book you should read, man. It seems like you like a lot of these theories because that's really what it is. You vibrate in the same blah, 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 biological. You are set apart, a genetic inferiority. Yeah, all of that. You're in the wrong channel. Sorry, bro. I'm 47 years old, man. I'm not a kid, I didn't just wake up one day and say, I believe in the Bible. And I never read anything else. It's pretty silly of you guys. And I bet you're pretty young too, Jimmy. You're younger than me, I can tell. So again, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetous. There you go, man. Is that Gabriel? I got a feeling you Gabriel, man. Listen, moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetous. Remember that, family. So when you hate covetous or men of truth, hating covetousness, you know that covetousness has a lot of different roots. So if you are in the scriptures You are not going to be misled with any gifts, any bribery, anything that will lead you to end up with covetous, because you can lust for anything and you already are stuck. That's what he wants. None of that. So keep that in mind, fam. You guys think this is a game? Proverbs 29, 1 and 2. Let's get that real quick. Proverbs 29, 1 and 2. 29 or 29? 29, yep. Proverbs 29. And then verse 12. Sorry, it reads, if a ruler hearken to lies, the making of a slave. Okay. If a ruler hearken to lies. Oh, sorry, I moved it. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked, family. Let me repeat that again. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. What does that mean? What exactly does that mean, fam? That means if you hearken to a lie, right, and you don't confirm it, and you push it, you are wicked. It's that simple. We know that they said they ruled Europe, that a lot of convoluted history, you know. They say certain things like this, and then they mention the certain Portuguese and Spaniards, and then they say they're Jews, but then the other Jews are not Jews, right? So they throw you a lot of stuff, man. So I'm going to show you something real quick. Follow me for a moment, okay? I've showed you this before. I've showed you this before. Where are you at? All right. This is the Webster's Dictionary, 1828. I'm sorry, 1828. In 1828, the understanding of Swati was this right here. Let me change this up. I'm going to change this up, okay? The understanding of Swati was this: being of a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny, that is, right? In warm climates, complexion of men is universally Swati or black. Watch this. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more Swati than the French, German, and English, meaning they are dark-skinned. But the Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more dark-skinned than the northern ones, right? Okay. So now, if you guys remember, One West loves to bring this book out. Wobbles do too, and all this and that. You know what I mean? But they don't pay attention, family. They don't really pay attention to what they actually read. So let's read it for them. Observation concerning the increase of mankind, peopling of countries, by Benjamin Franklin, 1706, 1790, okay? So 1706, 1790, I think this is like in 1739. Well, it was reprinted in 1753. It must have been reprinted in 1918. Well, it shows the years between it's in the 1700s, okay? Let's just be clear on this. Right there. I'm assuming this is around 1739, 1740, somewhere around there. So it reads, by Benjamin Franklin himself, which leads me to add, page 224, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusively of all newcomers, wholly so. In Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russian, and Swedes are generally of what we call a Swati complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons only, except who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their number would increase, so the majority of the people were dark-skinned at this time. And while we are, as we may call it, soaring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflects a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, but we have so far an opportunity by excluding all blacks and Tanis or increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I'm a partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind, which is true. So far in the 1700s, right, we see Swati people. And we see that in the 1800s.
Hey, you know why, bro? You know why you get this? You know why there's hardly anybody watching, bro? Because there's a lot of people that watch this channel and they're enemies to this channel. They just want to see what we have to say or whatever. But when it comes to their skin that they run, or if it has to affect somebody that they're related to, then all of a sudden now it does, like, oh, they don't want to hear it. Rasa's stupid, bro. That's the problem with Rasa. Y'all are very soft. I'm so glad that's why there's only 144 that are chosen. Because you weak ass motherfuckers are never going to get it. At all. Let's continue. I got something to show you after this, and then I'm done. I don't know. Yeah, my system's acting stupid right now. It's fucking fun. My computer system's acting stupid right now. It's like these people want to fuck with my channel and shit. It's just so stupid. Enough for your pinky little brain? You think you're smarter than the Most High to recreate his understanding and tell us that's what it means? You outside your minds, people. You guys don't think, man. You don't even see the Lord in the word. Listen, the nerve of them. It's very simple. Deuteronomy 4:2. Ye shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it. How complicated is that? It says don't add books to it. Don't put your doesn't the Bible say the prophecies are not a private interpretation? Why are you Sephardics and Ashkenazis studying the Kabbalah and the Talmud and the Zohar and the Mishnah and the Geneva or whatever the fuck you call those ones? Huh? Why? And the Talmud, why? You ain't supposed to add to it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that, we're so ingenuous and so intelligent that we found one understanding, so we had to rewrite the other one. Really? You smarter than the Most High? That's how I know you guys are demons. That's how I know you guys are demons. All right, family. So let's check this out. I want to show you this real quick. Watch this. The Jews and Negro slavery in the Old South, 1789 to 1865. All right. I want to read this on the bottom. Let's see. It says here, I begin with 1789 for the following reasons. Hold on. Let me see if I can magnify it. There it goes. I begin with 1789 for the following reasons. Firstly, before discussing Jewish ownership of slaves in the colonies, it would be necessary to consider the question of Jewish legal status in the colonies in order to investigate the problem of all property ownership by Jews. Secondly, the colonial period was a heyday of slave importation from Africa, and northern Jews were far more active in this aspect of the slave trade than the southern Jews of the You see, this is where now you get tricky. Now, this is where you get confused, Mr. One Westerners and all you IUICs and ICPKs, because you said that you guys left to Africa in the northern part, and then that the Muslims and the white folks enslaved you. But here we see that in North America, of those of North American mainland, and where is it at? Here it goes. A heydays of slave importation from Africa, and northern Jews were far more active in the aspect of slave trade, and southern Jews, and thirdly, Jewish settlers in West Indies colonies were at least as influential of those on the North African mainland. So you Jews were enslaving people in Africa, in North Africa, in the West Indies, and in America. But I thought it was a white man. You see how it's all, trust me, family, it's getting cleared up. Just follow me. We're clearing all of this stuff up. Don't worry about it. It may not be clear to you just now, but it will eventually. Let the Most High water that spirit of yours. Then it says, in a study of slavery at that time would therefore require extensive reference to those of non-Southern Jewish communities. This study is terminated with the end of civil war because the nature of Jewish life in the Reconstruction period was far different from that of the antebellum period. Only in a few instances has material before or after these dates been utilized, and these data are clearly germane. An additionally complicated factor has been avoided through the elimination of references to the Jews of border states. Somebody's hiding something. After the Reconstruction period, or in the 1865 and on, between 1865 and 1900, you see a lot of changes in this country. A lot of history is being put away. There's a lot that we're not being taught. I want to remind you, this is real quick. This is from Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. While you guys had the Bible and the understanding, right? And you thought you were Jews and fake Jews and all these Jews and reteaching yourselves and all this and that. And you say, we're not the people of the Bible, right? So why do this to us? Why do this to us? Page 16. If we're not the people of the book, why take it away? Why make it such an effort to destroy everything about us? As the land was stolen from the natives, great famine ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were
My religion is true and your religion is false. One of the things that I remember is that when I was involved in religion, that the religion that I believed in, I had 100% conviction that the one that I had was 100% truth, and that all the other religions outside of that were 100% false. And I swore up and down at that time that the truth that I had was from the one and only living God, and that everybody else must have been from the devil. Right? This is the type of mindset that I remember having during my stages of going throughout religion. And so looking back, one of the interesting things that I find is that I had many of these strong convictions and beliefs, and many of these beliefs that I had about other people's beliefs being false was founded upon not even knowing really what those other religions were about, right? I used to think that other things like Buddhism, Islam, Hinduism, African stuff, all those things I used to believe were absolutely from the devil. But the thing is, I didn't hardly know anything about those religions. Then what happened is that I started doing one thing that terrifies a lot of people who are involved in religions, especially the proselytizing religions, Christianity and Islam, is that I started to ask questions and then go and start seeking for answers. And I started climbing myself out of the little box that I had created for myself and started seeing from a top-down view how things are starting to work, right? And so as a result, I began to understand that many of those beliefs that I had about all the other people having these fake religions from the devil and mine being the one true religion, that many of these other people also had the same types of belief about what I was believing, right? I started to see it. Everyone's pointing the fingers at everyone else. Other people were saying that, oh, those people over there, they have the devil on them, right? They don't have the true gospel. They don't have the true religion. We have the true religion, right? And you see other people in other corners, they're pointing to other people on to the other side of the room saying that they have the truth, and the other people are meant to be the ones who deceive people at the end of times, right? And you start to see it all unfold when you have the top-down view, right? When I wasn't immersed in the belief, as I started to climb out of the box, I can start to see these things, right? And so after coming from a very zealous group, I was in the Israelites for a certain time. After coming from that zealous group, and then seeing other zealous groups as well who have a real zeal for what it is that they believe, and they also have means and justifications for what it is that they believe, right? They can pull out Bible scriptures and Islamic scriptures all day long to justify what it is that they believe. I came to the conclusion, right, that these are just beliefs, right? I got to see it for what it was, that these are just beliefs, right? And while it's necessary to have beliefs, at the same time, it's also necessary to understand that other people are going to have beliefs that are very different from what you have, and they are right in their own mind, right? And I come to understand this as I begin to grow in character and grow in understanding. And so
This is the reason why I wanted to show this to y'all. See, a lot of people here that come to this channel, they think they know what the hell they're talking about. They think they know my history or what I teach, or at least what I show. But little do you know that I actually have a purpose in this life. Horsewhip. So now we're going to bring it back to the point here. Because you guys don't believe of your own history. This man is telling you who you are. Start believing it. Let's continue back into our history now. Had their heads shaved and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages for failing to attend mass or for practicing any of the old rites. An Indian could receive 100 lashes. Watch this. According to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to know only the Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, the Ten Commandments. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. In Spain, an eminent jurist, Juan Gines Sepulveda, that's who was keeping the Bible from us. And these Spaniards were swarthy, black. He even says it. Watch this.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor.
Listen to what he says, all right? He says the first slaves were white. Listen.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas.
I told you, family, look at the two heads. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, right there. Let's read it real quick. I want you to know this. We after you, damn it. Revelation 2:9, it says, I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan, damn it. Revelation 3:9. Behold, cualquier de los pantalones que te quede, güey. Behold, I will make them the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet, to know that I have loved thee. So you know how you see these black converts doing that? Don't sweat it, man. Don't sweat it. I don't know. I don't think I have, bro. Dontel Jackson. What does he teach? So let's continue. Oh, sorry. This is my point. You see the two heads? Portuguese and Spaniards. They were both Swarti. All these Europeans were Swarti, fam. And we weren't all Swarti either. A lot of us were light skinned. So you know who they were enslaving? A lot of our women. That's why when they saw us, they saw how attractive our women were. And how they say in Espanol, bien parecidos, like good looking men, they would see us. Well, of course, compared to them, shit. That's why they have the 12 tribe chart, family. That they love our women, and our women fall for the stupidity because us men have been falling in iniquity. But I'm gonna tell you something, and I know it's gonna hurt you, so-called Black Americans and you white Americans, all you other men of other nations. There's nothing better than our brothers, man. Once we get a hold of this Bible to the fullest, there's no men like that. Y'all don't know how to balance it out.
It's called wisdom.
The earth is waiting for us to wake up because we actually do have that powerful wisdom to move correctly, to raise a family, to be great men, great leaders, great examples, great brethren. Always watching our mind, not looking to lust, not looking for power or vengeance or anything. All of that comes with the Most High. He gives you what you need. Your main focus is the renewing of your spirit. And you see, I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of you women don't have no clue. Don't have no clue. But you're going to be yearning for this. There's going to be the time where it's going to come back. It's going to come. I'm telling you, family, right now. So you so-called Hispanics, do you think the Bible is not a powerful book, man? I'm telling you, man, this book puts you at a mental level like nothing else if you're the Most High, if you are sincere. Because a lot of these women, I'm going to tell you, they want to establish a family. They want a respectful man. They want to raise a child. They want to make sure that they have a leader at their home, right? We get examples of all these idiots and saying that, oh, it's a woman's fault for body count. No, it's your fault. It's you men's fault. And this whole thing like modern women, no, it's the white and black way. It's just how you guys are, man. It's in your spirit. You don't know modesty. You don't have any understanding of it. That's why you envy our people. That's why you can go, look, I'll show you. I'm going to show you this right now. Even the president said it the other day, and I look forward to this sharing with you guys. Watch this. Yeah, you wish you have this. That's why you're trying to steal our heritage, because you wish to have all of this, but you can't. So my job is to wake our brothers and sisters up. You see this message here? I want to read this to you guys. Message to all you brothers, sisters too, but speaking to brothers right now. Victory comes through faith in Yahweh or the Most High and obedience of his word, rather than through numerical superiority or military might. It doesn't matter how big their schools are, family. Doesn't matter. It don't matter. Because just like Joshua, we're going to read it. But let's listen to this real quick. Matter of fact, I'm not going to show the class. I'm going to show it tomorrow of the actual Willie Lynch, or maybe not. I don't know. I think maybe this is probably a good enough class. Let's just listen in and finish it off.
Lo que siempre he dicho, he sostenido, la familia mexicana es la principal institución de seguridad social que tenemos en el país. Y tenemos que cuidar que no se desintegre y atender a los jóvenes y mantenerlos juntos. Yo respeto mucho las costumbres en otros países, en el caso de Estados Unidos.
Hey, family, you know what? I'm gonna say something right now. They don't understand what Amler's saying. They don't understand what he's saying, because what he's saying is you're trying to tell us to stop feeding fentanyl to you guys. But what we're trying to tell you is like, no, listen, man, you need to develop a family foundation. What I've been sharing with y'all. I'll give an example. My wife, my children, my kids, my daughter, we're all one unit. Now, do we all believe in the same thing? And we're all like, no, of course, we're collectively together, but individually, with our own thoughts and processes. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not like some fucking dictatorship and shit.
But the only way to understand how that works is if you have the wisdom of the Most High. These nations don't have the wisdom of the Most High. And I know you guys want to say, oh, well, güeros have it or negros have it. No, shut your ass up. Just because a man sounds like, Jesus, and we're going to fight for him. That doesn't make him a man of God. You have to look at his actions. Look at his fruits. I've been looking at your fruits. Black man and black woman. White man and white woman. You guys don't have good fruits. You're horrible people. We have good fruits, which is why you don't like it and why you tell us that we're not from here. I know you hate it, but you love it at the same time. And then all of us, you know why I know this? Because at the same time you say, F you Hispanics, but we love your Hispanic women. That's so funny. Guess what? You can never recreate them. So if you even thought that you could, you're just going to corrupt your own seed because that's what you come from. Seditious nation. Let's go.
Estados Unidos son otras las formas de relacionarse familiarmente. Allá los jóvenes, desde que empieza la adolescencia, ya.
That's really good. Corinthians 1:11-3. And here's why he's saying that. Let me tell you something. Because if you don't have structure, then you don't have a family. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Mashiach. And the head of every woman is the man. And the head of the Mashiach is God. So our father is our leader. This is order, is what he's talking about. So if you don't have order, which I know you guys don't, you ain't the people of the book. Listen, I can already tell, and I've been in these camps. Most, if not all their kids don't believe. Nate the Snake, IUIC, ISUPK, GMS, Sakari. Most of your kids don't believe. Prove me fucking wrong.
Ya se van de la casa.
That's very true, family. You see, I was born in the middle 70s in Guadalajara, right? And I came here when I was like 7 or 8. So I got to see my brothers and sisters, okay, leave the house when they got married. You see, I had no clue that people were moving out of their homes without being married. To me, that was weird. That's the old way. And a lot of us, man, still believe that. My daughter's 19, believes that. A brother that I understand, his daughter believes that's my understanding. You see, we have that in our blood, and it's in our spirit. You can't teach that. You can't put new wine in an old bottle because you just not it, man. You ain't it.
Acá no. Y yo creo que eso nos ha ayudado mucho a mantener la unidad familiar. En Estados Unidos, que tienen un problema serio por el consumo del fentanilo, creo que no solo es evitar que llegue el fentanilo, sino atender las causas.
Listen, family, I'm going to tell you something right now. And this is not you know, brother, I talk to you, man, and you know who I'm talking about, all right? Whenever I see my children and I see my... Listen, family, I'm going to tell you something, man. I'm just not joking. You know, like, for example, I have my kids and I have my family. Like, for example, like, listen, if you really don't want your kids to go do drugs and get destroyed, then that means that you know where they're at. You know where they're all the whole time. You don't just let them run around and just, no, man, you have your eye on them. I mean, see, this is what Amlo's talking about because they don't understand that about our people. He's saying, like, listen, man, just, you know, like, take care of kids. Don't let them leave early. Like, watch them.
Listen, family, I have a 19-year-old or 20-year-old daughter. These so-called white folks don't fucking get it. And these so-called black folks, they don't fucking get it either. You know why? Because they're not our people. That's why. Because see, how can you create a good seed that understands a father and a mother if you're not of the Most High? Instead, I find a bunch of other nations dealing with their problems like, oh, promiscuousness, body count left and right. But no, not in my family. And you want to know something? It's not my only family. Because I got brothers that tell me, like, listen, man, my kid misses Christmas, but you know what? They respect me and they love the Most High and they're not going to do it. That's the beauty. So now it's time for y'all to start waking up. Because we actually have children, not people, not men or women, not grown-up ass children that believe in what we believe. So let me ask you, West Africans, do you have children that believe in what you believe? Or are you just forcing them to believe in what you believe, and then you see that they don't believe because they were just trained to believe that? They were never given the spirit. Because no matter what you tell a tree, no matter how much you decorate the tree, if it ain't from the root, it don't matter how good you look.
My daughter, I see all the little kids. I see all my little brethren who suffer the thought of her leaving us. But I don't just see her. I see what the families feel. You see family before, there's men out there, right? That hit it one, like, oh, yeah. This other part. Oh, they have all these things, but they miss this other quality, man. I'm telling you, the Bible gives you all of it. Balances yourself, allows you to govern your spirit, so then you don't fall flesh to the mind. Well, you don't fall to the flesh, I'm sorry. Well, you don't fall flesh to the mind. Yeah, pretty much, because they'll chew you up. When this is the wisdom that we want. We don't want gold. We don't want kingdoms. We don't want thrones. We don't want land. We don't want 1 million women. And we don't want revenge. You know what we want? We want to repent. We want a sane mind. How can I be better for my brothers and sisters? What can I do to improve my way? If I guard my mind and my spirit, and you do it too, that's way better, fam. I don't need to be 6'7", jump 20 feet high, or run as fast as a cheetah if I still suck as a man. So what if I can carry long weight between my legs? If you can't raise a family, what does it matter? So what if I'm, when I was young, man, I was, I had game, but it didn't leave me anything. I was still an empty man. Now, when I realize what this Bible has done, and this is such a big book that I don't even know why people want to add more to it. There's so much to learn. Going back to my topic, I'm telling you, you so-called Hispanics, man, you're going to be the wanted men because you carry something in your seed, in your spirit that no other man has in this earth. And that's what makes you an Israelite. You see, because we don't got a problem with raising our children until they're ready to go. Because that's biblical. That's the Bible. That's not something you can teach. You either get it or you don't.
¿Por qué los jóvenes optan por las drogas? ¿Qué no es por desatención, por soledad, por falta de comprensión, por falta de opciones, de alternativas para ser felices sin las drogas? ¿Qué está pasando ahí? Ahora que vino una comisión del gobierno de Estados Unidos, yo les comentaba, ¿por qué no se otorga una beca a las familias en Estados Unidos que tienen hijos, para que en vez de que se vayan los hijos a los 18 años, desde luego de manera voluntaria, si quieren quedarse con sus familias?
So I'm saying, hey, why don't we maybe try to help them, maybe some scholarships so then the kids can stay home, they don't have to leave. But I don't realize that it's not that The parents, man. You 18, you out, man. Bye, peace. That's how it is here. They have no spirit. So you could try to be the Jews of the Bible. It doesn't matter to us. Your actions speak louder than your words. And there's only one nation of people that conduct themselves without the Bible just yet, the way the Most High wants you to conduct yourself. And I'm searching for that spirit to wake up. Because, yeah, I ain't going to lie, man. I was talking to a brother. I'm getting tired, man, but God ain't letting me quit. This is how it's selling here, too.
Y hay acuerdo que el gobierno le apoya a esa familia para que el joven salga de la casa a los 21 años, que estén más en familia. Y lo otro que estamos recomendando es que haya información, que no la hay en Estados Unidos, en los medios, que son muy buenos para el amarillismo, pero que no contribuyen a orientar, a concientizar a jóvenes, a las familias, por ejemplo, del daño del fentanilo, que en las televisiones de Estados Unidos aparece de que el consumo del fentanilo causa la muerte en 6 meses. No, aparece como noticia, pero no hay una campaña de orientación, ni en la radio, ni en los periódicos. Se dice que contienen las drogas químicas. ¿Se habla de eso? No, lo que hay son series para hacer apología de...
Yeah, man. I mean, those are just facts, fam. Those are just facts. Look, I'm going to give you guys this link here to this video. You guys can watch it. I think this is probably all I got for you guys right now. Matter of fact, let's finish it. Let's finish it, and then we'll finish it off.
Una de ellas tomando quizá algo del código justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el presidente de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a hacer que los blancos justiniano dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el presidente de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a hacer que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaban a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia y iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse, y 1000 formas que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse.
Fam, you see this? So the first people, the white ones they were sending, they were enslaved. Though who was enslaving them? Who was putting them in penitentiaries? The Muslims and the Jews. I'm telling you, I got more material coming. It's amazing. I don't know what to tell you. But there's a lot to study and a lot to learn, fam. I got to read this to you guys. I'm thankful I didn't forget. Zechariah 3. We're going to read the whole chapter, just 10 verses. It says, and he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord. Watch this, okay? And Satan standing at his right hand to resist him. So remember, Joshua and Satan next to him, okay? They're standing next to each other. And the Lord said unto Satan, the Lord rebuked thee, O Satan, even the Lord that had chosen Jerusalem rebuked thee. It is not this a brand plucked out of the fire? Now Joshua was clothed with filthy garments and stood before the angel. And he answered and spake unto those who stood before him, saying, take away the filthy garments from him. And unto him he said, behold, I have caused thine iniquity to pass from thee, and I will cause thee to change of raiment. I will clothe thee with the change of raiment. Now watch this. And I said, let them set a fair mitre upon his head. So they set a fair mitre upon his head and clothed him with garments. And the angel of the Lord stood by. And the angel of the Lord protested unto Joshua, saying, thus saith the Lord of hosts, if you will walk in my ways, and if thou wilt keep my charge, then thou shalt also judge my house, and shall also keep my courts. I will give thee a place to walk among these that stand by. Hear now, O Joshua, the high priest, thou and thy fellows that sit before thee, for they are men wondered at. For behold, I will bring forth my servant, the branch. Watch this. For behold, the stone that I have laid before Joshua, upon one stone shall be 7 eyes. Behold, I will engrave the graving thereof, say the Lord of hosts. I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. In that day, say the Lord of hosts, shall ye call every man his neighbor under the vine and under the fig tree. And all praises to, I read this because of what I was mentioning, fam. The new raiment, the new clothing. I'm no longer dirty. Thank God, man, I'm not living that life. And I don't read this as I, Joshua. I read this as us. This is us. Clean yourself. Rid of that dirty cloth, man. Rid of that dirty clothes. Most High is calling it upon you, man. All right. Anyways, other than that, I don't know if here I'll do this. Hold on a second. I don't know if you guys want to come up. Maybe somebody got something to say. I don't know, Vladimir, you're still there, bro. Enemy is. Enemy this.
And the argument is always, well, you know, the white people brought us Christianity. It is not. Well, they brought it later, but we as Native Americans, and my people as the Dene people, they walked and talked with Christ long before the pilgrims came.
Family, you guys better stop believing that because it's not a joke. Let's go.
They knew him, and he walked around among them. When you think about the drawing that these men had, and then think about what my grandfather and the 12 men spoke about, and they, you know, my grandfather said that they built a ship, and they came across the great waters, and it was tumultuous, and they came here to this land. They were in the east, and there was millions eventually of millions and millions of Native Americans that were, you know, that were just covered this land.
Family, I'm going to tell you something, man. You guys better start believing this stuff. So now I'm going to give you one more, and then you guys can have a good night. It's 10, what is it, 10:18? Like I said, I'm playing this for you guys that keep the Sabbath today. So now that we understand and we know we have history. And she said, listen, before these guys came, we knew who we were. We understood. And yeah, let me finish it, man. Maybe I shouldn't have shut it off. Here, let me finish it.
They came here to this land. They were in the east, and there was millions eventually of millions and millions of Native Americans that were, you know, that were just covered this land.
That in mind, family, man. Those things matter. You know what I'm saying? Even though they're just little videos, they matter. Let's see. Other than that, I'll save this for another class. Let's see. Hold on. Is this it?
Yeah, I actually do, man. I recorded it. I uploaded it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do it again. I will, bro. I'll show you. I'm gonna show you guys. I'll go through the scriptures from Genesis, Jubilees, and Enoch, just to actually explain how it is the way that we're supposed to keep the cycle. There's a lot of things in Enoch that some of us have to question, right? I understand that, but if you understand the way that he explains how the sun and the moon function together, then you'll know that the new moon is not based on a full moon. And I'm going to show you that, okay? So don't trip, bro. I got you, man.
No, okay, here goes. Let me show you this real quick, all right? I forgot to show you this. Look at this. Look at what this means. Okay, hold on. Let me download it real quick. Watch. It's going to be interesting if you guys can see it. This is from a book I got, The Jews and the Moors of Spain. I take turns on the books. All right. It says here. Then came the Arab invasion, and during the period of Mohammedan supremacy, during the period of Mohammedan supremacy, the Jews were again allowed to live in peace and the exercise of their own religious rights. For 8 centuries, the Jews and the Moors worked side by side. I repeat, the Jews and the Moors worked side by side, and the once downtrodden people rose to affluence in high positions. So they subjugated the Christian white man. With the decline of Mohammedan power and the expulsion of the Moors by the Spaniards, the Jews were again reduced to a pitiable state. But they had enough money to buy their way out of this crap. Hold on, let's see what this is. Yeah, it's the same thing. Anyways, with all that said, family, that's all I got for you. I appreciate you guys for being here. I guess nobody wanted to come on board and tell me I'm a liar. I'm gonna come on board and tell you you're a liar, bruh. That's not the way it works. Let me show you something real quick. I actually have a book called The Jews and the Moors. And they don't want you to learn that. Of course they don't want you to learn that, because if they find out that the Jews and the Moors were working together, then that means that Negroes and Jews were like actually partnership. Here, this is the book. Bring it out. The Jews and the Moors. I want you to know that. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it tonight because you know what? We're about to finish it up. But I need you to understand that this is real shit, man. This is real talk. It's real talk right here. Y'all need to start learning about who the hell is your enemy and who the hell is not your enemy. The Jews and the Moors. Meaning they enslaved white folks first. So then you have to wonder, what is the hate towards them now? So let's continue. Listen, family. You probably are not going to like this, and I don't care. So this is going to go for 2.5 hours, but I'm going to tell you something. This is that Suarte Pete story. And in case you don't know, Suarte Pete had nothing to do with Negros. Suarte Pete had everything to do with kidnapping natives of our land. Oh, if you think I'm wrong, well, guess what? Not that one. Yeah, I'll show you real quick. Hit the link. Let's go. Good night, fam.
Just like that, it's over. We tend to our wounded, we count our dead. Black and white soldiers wonder alike if this really means freedom. Not yet.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre ser feliz sin a nadie dañar. Solo así podría pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo.
Hey, shalom, fam. All right, man. I love that intro, family. Hold up a second. Let me see if I could get this going. See if it's on yet. It's not. Oh, there it goes. Shalom, fam. Shalom. Told y'all that this time I would actually put up the camera. Hopefully, you guys still remember that I am human. That I'm a live individual. You know what I mean? I'm not a computer. Nor am I an agent, which is what some people call me. Apparently, they don't believe that us so-called beaners, picks, and wetbags can have even a decency of one small brain. So for them, it seems kind of impressive that I even know how to read, I guess. So their only option would be to say I am on the other side of your team. So anyhow, listen, fam. Here, let me put this on real quick, and then I'll go back to the camera regular. All right, so I'm gonna do something different today, and more likely, I'm going to continue doing classes that way. All right, as you know, you can tell by me, maybe if you've been watching this channel for some time, because it's our channel, not just mine. I always try to improve. I know in everything I can, I try to better myself, whether it's work, class, whatever it is, even myself, obviously in the spiritual walk. So what I'm doing today is I'm going to do a PowerPoint presentation, because I think it's going to allow you to see what I see, because I'm already doing the time of taking notes and all that stuff, right? So, and I've never done PowerPoint, so I seen my wife do it, and then I just said, you know what, let me try it out. And I realized that because of so much of this practice that I have, and I was already doing Word, PowerPoint is actually faster for me. It allows me to put my classes together in a quicker manner. So today I'm going to do one like this, and hopefully, based on my responses from you guys, if you think that, you know what, I like that, it's clean, it makes more sense, please let me know. I would love that if you guys share that, because then again, I'm only available. I'm only able to grow if I'm also able to show. And I'm only able to show if I'm also able to apply. You get what I'm saying? So if I'm talking about order, discipline, bettering yourself and all that, and you don't see our channel grow, my teachings improve, or my presentations develop, then obviously there's something going on. So as you know, in this walk, there's either progression or regression. There's no in the middle. There's no such thing as being idle. If you're idle, that means you're falling. It's that simple. And in this walk is the same. So with that being said, as you guys know, the title, I technically had an awkward title. I couldn't really name it because obviously it's more than just what I'm showing. So, obviously you guys see the thumbnail. It says Swarte Pete. Have you guys probably heard of it? Now, I heard of Swarte Pete in 2019 through the camp I used to go to. But the way that I learned about him was not what I learned about him now. It's nice when you paint the picture and you assume. And again, the biggest lie that the enemy could have caused was to create a history that reflects the Bible, which then can be used as a prophetic book, when in reality, they planned this along. And I'm going to show you how, fam. And it's not like they twisted the Bible. No, the history aligning itself. That's why the Most High said through his son, listen, sorry, my bad. In Revelation, I think it was John, Revelation, I can't remember. It says that all of those things will be revealed, right? So anyhow, it's called Saint Nicholas and Swarte Pete. Now, our understanding of this, at least for me, before I found out, I had a great conversation with a sister. Hey, shalom, Elisheva. Matter of fact, she's here. Oh, shalom, Rick, and whoever else, okay? So I appreciate what she shared with me. We were just, we share information. And I know about Swarte Pete, but what I know of him was not what she shared with me. So my understanding of Swarte Pete was, he came with St. Nicholas, and that Swarte Pete was his actual slave, like black slave, right? And he would go around and kidnap kids and beat them up and stuff like that. So in this camp, obviously they would say, oh, you see the white man, and he made a slave, and he's kidnapped, make the black man look bad, blah, blah, blah. So obviously the connotation to this topic, oh, it's racist. It's racist. That's what they say. Now, as you guys know me, I don't give a rat's ass who you are. You're going to get it once I know that whatever your history is and it's attached to us, guess what? I'm going to put it in your face, because then there's no way to answer facts with what's it called? Alternative facts. You can create them, but what we see is what we see. And what we keep seeing seems to be true. So again, that old saying, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it floats and swims like a duck and probably smells like one, then it probably is a duck. You're gonna find out today several things. Okay, so let's begin. All right, and I hope you guys now. When I'm getting into this PowerPoint, I'm gonna use most of it, and then I'm gonna use some links. I'm gonna fly back and forth, but again, it's gonna be most of it. So I'm gonna get off camera right now. All right, I'm gonna leave this on open, and let's begin. All right. So now, what I did was, as you can see, hopefully you guys can appreciate this, all right? So technically, we're going to look into what's called the Dutch origin. Now, you know me, family. You know me. Hold on. Let me at least do this in the meantime, because I think you guys can read. You know that what I'm trying to do is clean up my act, because I do want to show, and I go fast, and I look for books, and it takes so much time. I want it to be clean. So what I like to do is give you history before we just go and piss on the thing. Let's batter it up a bit. So let's find out about this Dutch origin. Who are these people? All right. So now we're gonna click on Wikipedia. It's not 100% me, like I support this, no, but for the most part, it's a general theology. All right. You can see that here, the general theology, but it's general theology. Let's see. Let me open this up. Now here it goes right here. All right. So now, there was such a thing as Black Dutch. Hold on, let me see if I can magnify this. Yeah, there was such a thing as Black Dutch, okay? So as you guys can read, matter of fact, here, let me do this. I'll magnify it even more. I'll be the little guy. So I'll read just a little bit so we can understand, all right? So follow me. It says, Black Dutch is a term with several different meanings in the United States dialect and slang. It generally refers to racial, ethnic, or cultural roots. Its meaning varies and such difference as contingent upon the time and place. Several varied groups of multiracial people have sometimes been referred to as or identified as Black Dutch, most often as reference to their ancestors. Okay? Now it says, the term Black Dutch appears to have become widely adopted in the Southern Highlands and as far as West Texas in early 1800s by certain Southeastern families of mixed race ancestry, especially those of Native American descent. Okay, just keep reading with me. When used in the South, it usually did not imply African admixture, although some families who used the term were of triracial descent. So they say. Okay, now, in addition, some mixed race persons of European and African descent identify as Portuguese and Native Americans. You guys can continue reading this here. Pretty simple. Take a snapshot of it if you want, but I'm going to continue down a little bit. Now it says here, the term Dutch for people of German descent are also acquired a wider meaning. In those days, Dutch or Deutsch were the words of the Germanic language spoken in what we know now as Netherlands and Germany. Germans with swarthy, that word's going to come up again, or darker complexion were called Black Dutch. So now, hey, shalom, Esmeralda. So now, if we have a understanding of Black Dutch or dark complexion of a Dutch person, now we're wondering, wait a minute, we never knew in American academic that there was such a thing as Black Dutch. I mean, for God's sakes, all I knew about Dutch and Netherlands was you. I'm sorry, no offense to you people, but you guys are super white. So to me, this was very surprising, right? And I know for the most part, and Alicia, I do want to share, I do want to share this that I didn't know about dark people of Dutch origin, but I didn't know the Swati story. So I'm so happy that you brought that to my attention. I appreciate that. I'll praise the Most High for that one. All right, so hold on a second. Here you go. Yeah, there you go for that one, man. That's for that. So now it says here, the term was adopted by some people as an attempt to disguise Indian or infrequently triracial descent. So remember this. Let me read it again so you can clearly understand. There are strong indications that the original Black Dutch were swarthy complexioned Germans. Then it says, Anglo-American loosely applied the term to any dark complexion American of European descent. Hold on a second.
Bruh. Wait a minute.
Right? European dark complexion descent. Okay, let's continue. The term was adopted by some people as an attempt to disguise Indian and infrequently triracial descent. So they would use the Indian blood, right? Or if they were mixed with Indian, it would go back to the European descent, Black Dutch, because you'll find out what it was to be an Indian, what really happened to you to you sisters, more than anything. Then it says, by mid-19th century, the term had become an American colloquialism. I cannot pronounce it yet. I will eventually by the end of the class. A derogative term for anything denoting one's small stature, dark coloring, working class status, political sentiment, or anyone of foreign extract. In contrast to the Anglo surname Melungians. Now, I've heard I don't know how to say it, but I've heard of these guys. And there's a real deep, weird history about them. I don't have time to do a class on them, but I was intrigued about what I found. But anyhow, let's continue. Nearly 60% of American families reporting Black Dutch tradition. Watch this. Nearly 60% of American families reporting Black Dutch tradition bear surnames that are either decidedly German or possibly Americanized from Germanic origin. So you guys can see here, Native American passing for white. There's a somehow a different Dutch element that we weren't aware of. Okay? A different Dutch element. So let's continue. Now that we are at least getting an idea that Dutch wasn't always so-called white folks. You know what I'm saying? That's what I thought. Let me see if I can continue. Now, here's what I want you guys to do. If you ever have a chance, there's an app called Webster's Dictionary 1828. I've had it for years. Now, it was brought to my attention again because a brother pointed out a word in there, and I was like, oh, man, that's great. I had that app, but I was looking at that app for other reasons. One day, I looked up the word Swati. So then, all of a sudden, I found this, okay? And I had showed this in one of my other classes, but it wasn't connecting just yet because, again, we weren't here. We weren't connected with the info just yet. So now, the definition of Swati in that time, in 1828, I want you to pay attention, says, being of a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny. In warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or black. Then it says, the Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. So it says that Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are super darker than the French, Germans, and English. Their swarthy hosts would darken all airplanes. Now, you guys can look up American Dictionary of English Language, Webster's 1825. All right? Proof. I'm using legitimate sources, family. Let's continue. Now, Swarte Pete, this guy and St. Nicholas. All right? So what I'm going to do here, let me get out of this. Let me see if I could, hold on. I'm going to open it up again. My bad. I shouldn't have done that. I'm new to the presentation. My bad. Let me go here, and I'm going to open up this page. So I want to read about first, let's see, copy. Let's continue. All right. So now, let's continue in this here. So we're here in Swarte Pete and St. Nicholas, okay? Now, on the bottom, I put Spain, Dutch, and Aruba knows about the origins of this tale. And that's why I'm glad you're here, Elishaba, because Elishaba is from Aruba. And once I share this, she's going to confirm as we keep moving forward, hopefully, if you have time, sis, that this story actually was part of Spain. I mean, part of Aruba. And it was a very awkward thing to say to us without knowing why it was said to us. It was really weird. I'm sure, Elishaba, you probably were like, why? When you were growing up, why? Why are they telling me this? Like, why would it be fearful? Now we know why. Now we can connect the dots. Because listen, family, and I said this particular celebration that they have, now some people take it racist because obviously they have a different understanding of it. But you're going to find out that Zwarte Piet was never, in reality, an African at all. He was interpreting somebody of African descent. Some people that will be known as Moors. And as we look further, we're going to find out why. And there's a lot of connection to Dutch and Zwarte Piet and all of this thing and King James and all of this stuff. And I'm telling you, I'm really happy because I just love the connections. I love what the Most High does for you. And he opens the book and says, here you go, bam. What has been closed is opening finally to the Hebrews of the Bible. The real ones, at least, Lord willing. So let's continue. It says here, let's read some facts. All right. Crazy facts about this Sinterklaas Day, the insane Dutch Christmas. Okay. So people understand this as being a celebration in December 5th. And, like I shared with you guys before, so, Santa Claus or Santa Claus comes and blah, 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 and all this and that, right? So there's a lot of ideas of this theory, of this celebration. One of them is Sinterklaas, the castrated rooster. I'm not going to get into it, but he's like, they're celebrating Santa Claus, but he's not Santa Claus. He just dressed just like Santa Claus. He's just skinny. The other one is Black Pete, Santa Claus, African slave. That's what I was taught, because prior to being in there, I never knew what anything about this guy, let alone the history. Santa Claus' original assistant was Satan. That's another one, right? So that's what I guess they're coming up with, just to find an excuse to not admit what they really want to say. Because as you know, this particular type of people, this nation, right? The ones that don't really get a lot of sun, they're not very sincere about things. And they almost like they feel guilty to admit that those people are part of it, because then it makes them look bad, like they were enslaved too. And I don't think they ever want to be in that position ever again, fam. That's why it's going to end, because they'll do everything not to be at that position ever again. I'm going to tell you that right now. Now, here's another one. Santa Claus, watch this. This is the one. No, actually, no, I lie. Santa Claus lives in Spain. Supposedly, that's where the boat was coming from. That's the story, right? Now, you can believe it. Yeah, whatever. Parents leave Black Pete's bottle of beer. That's another one. But this one's the one that I wanted to read to you guys. Black Pete beats children up in a burlap sack. Now, sis, I remember when we had that chat, and I don't really go about dreams, but one of the weirdest things was I had dreams about me being kidnapped in these things here several times. And then the dreams were where people were walking over me and I could see them on top of me, but I couldn't do anything. I could just see them. I'm looking up underneath and I could see them, like their feet, their souls walking over me, but they were paying no attention to me. Now, I remember in these dreams that I was kidnapped as a kid when we were playing Hide and Go Seek in these dreams. So now let me read this to you guys. This is very interesting, fam. You see, we never knew this. And now I know why they celebrate this. Here's the point. It says, not every child gets presents on Sinterklaas Day. If children have been bad, parents will leave the kids little notes for Sinterklaas warning them that they need to clean up their act. Or else, come December 5th, if that child doesn't start acting right, he'll get something a lot worse than a lump of coal. Damn. When climbing into kids' homes, the Black Pete's. Now, Alicia, I think you remember you said something about the vision. I don't know. It was weird, right? This reminded me of what you said. The Black Pete's burlap sacks and brooms handle. So let me tell you, when climbing into kids' homes, the Black Pete's, many of these little things, right? Many of these little minions bring up burlap sacks and broom handles. Their job, meaning it's more than one, is to track down any misbehaving children, throw them in the sack, beat them with the broom handle, and then drag them off to Spain, man. Now that's right there. Now listen, fam, I know it might not seem like a big deal to you, but why in the world would they say drag them off to Spain? What happens there? No one knows for sure, but the children never return. Of course, parents never actually have their children beaten and shipped to Spain, but they can still leave kids with bad presents. If a child misbehaves, the parent can leave the room, blah, 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 blah. Now, look, in Aruba, that's exactly what our sister grew up with. Technically, es Sira. En Navidad, si no te portas bien, va a venir Suarte Pete y te va a llevar, te va a robar y llevarte a España. Now, when you look up this tradition, it is only practiced in Dutch, Netherlands, I think some areas, and in Aruba. Well, guess why it's in Aruba? Would you like to share with them why it's in Aruba, Elishama? What does Dutch have to do with Aruba? If you can maybe add a little bit of that. You would think, like, why is Aruba there? You know, why? How does the Aruba deal with Dutch Aruba with Aruba? Very simple, fam. Because that's technically their so-called manifest destiny designation. There you go. Yes, we are colonized by the Dutch. That's exactly why. So now, when the Dutch, remember, keep in mind that the name Zwarte, okay? So if the Dutch are afraid, so if these people are afraid of the Spaniards or their kids going back to Spain, these are white people. And we read that Spain or Spaniards were dark skinned. So who were these guys? You see, the tale of this family is that when we continue with these classes, and you're going to find out, the tale is that this is part of a tradition. So let's listen in. Look, you'll see. Let's go.
Every year, during the first week of December, the Dutch celebrate their own unique version of Christmas, who many know as Santa Claus, the Dutch call Sinterklaas. Where Santa comes from the North Pole on a flying sled, his Dutch counterpart arrives from Spain in a steamboat. And instead of having a squad of elven helpers or reindeer commonly associated with Santa, Sinterklaas receives his help from Zwarte Piet. Unsurprisingly, Zwarte Piet, or the English translation alternative, Black Pete, is a pretty controversial figure to those unfamiliar with Dutch traditions.
Why are you blacked up? It just looks like racism.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think it's a colonial hangover. We're scared of your tradition.
Yeah. I'm speechless at this point.
It's offensive to us with our culture being the way it is.
I can't really get past that they are painted black.
I know I'm not visiting Holland.
Yeah. This has got to be made.
But you ask the Dutch about Black Pete and you get very different answers.
Niet alles op discriminatie gooien en zo, want er zijn ook goede, leuke dingen.
Het is gewoon prachtig voor de kinderen. Dat hoort erbij.
So, where did this controversial Christmas character come from? Well, the story of Black Pete begins in 1850, when he first appeared in the Dutch book St. Nicholas and His Servant, as a sort of Sinterklaas manservant sidekick. Somewhat like how Santa uses coal, Sinterklaas had Black Pete. But in this case, if a kid was naughty, he'd stuff you in a sack, hit you with a switch, and then ship you off to Spain. Seriously. But over the years, Pete's role changed from being the guy in charge of discipline to being the guy in charge of entertainment. Possibly because the idea of having a blackface helper stuff kids in a sack wasn't exactly family-friendly. This led to the more politically correct explanation that Black Pete's face was not naturally black, but instead dirty from chimney soot, since he was going up and down chimneys to deliver presents. But more than 150 years later, a growing number of Dutch citizens appear to have had enough and have begun picketing Sinterklaas festivals. A United Nations panel challenged the Dutch government to reconsider the custom in 2013. But this year, a lower court decision that would have allowed festivals, including Black Pete, be put up for review for negative stereotypes was overturned by the Netherlands' highest court. Theories for why the Dutch don't want to give up on the tradition of Black Pete range from cognitive dissonance, where the brain filters out information it'd rather not know, to ignorance on how big of a role the Netherlands played in the 17th and 18th century slave trade. The most prominent supporters of Black Pete are members of the far-right anti-immigrant Dutch Party for Freedom, who this November proposed a law that would protect Black Pete's identity, while of course dressed up as Black Pete. But changes are slowly being made to the Santa Claus helper nonetheless. A white Pete appeared in this year's annual Santa Claus Journal, and some Petes are using ash on their faces to more accurately represent chimney soot. But for now, it seems those for and against the Dutch tradition of donning blackface to represent Zwarte Piet will continue butting heads for years to come. For Newsy, I'm Elizabeth Hagedorn. Multiple sources, a broader view.
So as you can see, family, this is such a offensive thing for them, okay? And I like what they said at the end because they're confirming what I shared with you. It says seriously that if you're a bad kid, they'll take you back to Spain, okay? So obviously that's why, and again, there are, and we know this now here in America, they tend to protect the, they don't want to admit that the white man was enslaved. Unfortunately, that's the facts. The white man was enslaved by the black man, and they don't want to admit it. So in everything that you relate to history that could have been that way, that's why they just say, well, we need it, because it's a reminder to them that that was happening to them. Because remember, we know history, and we're going to touch on it. So now, I'm going to share with you. Let's see what this says. Let me see. Protect Black Pete's identity is 100 correct, and I can see the agenda. Because look, this is the word that she said, the cognitive dissonance, right? And this is what's going on with them right now. Yeah, that's right. This is what's going on with you, with this particular tribe. This is what's going on. The field of psychology, cognitive dissonance, is the perception of contrary information and mental toll of it, meaning relevant items of information include a person's clothing, feeling, ideas, belief, values, and things in the environment. So cognitive dissonance means it's typically experienced as psychological stress when persons participate in an action that goes against one or more of those things. According to this theory, when two actions or ideas are not psychologically consistent with each other, people do all in their power to change them until they become consistent. You see what I'm saying? So what does that mean? And you know what, sis? You actually said it. That is the agenda. It is becoming consistent now. They are consistently wanting to deny that they had anything to do with the slavery. And then if they do, they say it in such a way where, oh, it's just African-American pride. What? You mean the Buffalo Soldiers? That's pride? Are you serious? Destroying our brothers and sisters? You're proud of that. Oh, well, at every war, we were with the white man. We built this country. You know what? If you were with him at every war, that means you were with him at every war with him against us. Those are facts. So what I want to do, I want to give you credit. I'm going to give you what credit is due. But you see, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to have empathy for BS, because I know now the facts. There was a time where I doubted it too. So now let's read about this. What does this word mean? So I'm going to tell you guys, because they also say, oh, no, he was a slave. No. He was not a slave, family. He was this word is a Dutch word, Natcha. You saw that in the name of the book, right? That's the name of the book. What's his name? Nicolas Sint-Claus or something like that. Anyways, his assistant, Ketch or Netch, is called servant. He's a servant. There's a difference between a servant and a slave. A servant and a slave. A slave is a slave. A servant is different. Just like indentured servitude or perpetual slavery. They're different. They're not one and the same. Sinterklaas. There you go. Thank you, sis. So now let's continue. So we get, now, let me pull it up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Here it goes right there. See right there. You see that? St. Nicholas and Zing Nicht. I don't know how you say it, but that's him, right? His servant. St. Nicholas and servant. Okay? That's what it means. Not slave. And remember, that was a story, but it wasn't a real necessarily story like that, but it was a real story. And we're going to see it right here. Now, before we go further, I want to share this with you guys. Something that was brought to my attention a long time ago, and I just kind of saved it. I looked for it again, and I found it. Benjamin Franklin, in a book called Observation Concerning the Increase of Mankind and all these other parts of it, right? he numbers like 24 topics. And in the 24th topic, he mentions this. In that one, and I'm going to read it to you, okay? So let me magnify it, and I'm going to read it, and watch what it says. Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes. Swedes? You mean Swartz? You mean Dutch? Are generally of what we call Swart complexion, as are the Germans, which they also do share the language, a bit of a dialect, but not that different. And Saxons only, with the English, make the principal body of white people in the face of the earth. So see, the Swedes, complexion, as are the Germans also. Then it says the Saxons only accept it in English, or wait, basically to make the principal people of the earth to be so-called white. I could wish their numbers were increased. I could see that, why not? I would feel the same way. Well, we are, as I may call it, scoring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our global reflect a brighter light to the eyes of the inhabitants in Mars or Venus. As you can see, that's masonry. Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, masonry again, darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa, Wabos, if you use this source and then you run from it? You use it and then you run from it, the fact that you are from Africa. Make up your minds. By planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity, by excluding all blacks and tawnies, of increasing the lovely white and red. Now, some people say white and red means the white folks. Some people say them and us. But perhaps I'm impartial to the complexion of my country, for such kind partiality is natural to mankind, which basically says, well, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm going to favor my people because it's just common sense that people favor their people. But listen to the statement. These Dutch, this is, remember, Benjamin Franklin. You guys don't forget who this guy is. Okay? So now I'm going to show you this real quick. Let's move on. So now I wanted to bring this up because all of a sudden the Dutch bring up their apology. They're apologizing, which to me it's very it's stupid. But society has created such a big, I should say this, a particular people that we're finding out that loves to go to Walmarts and McDonald's and CVS's and Amazon warehouses and just take shit. Excuse my language. Take stuff. There's an agenda being pushed by them. Trust and believe. So now these guys, listen to very clearly how they're speaking. And the girl on the right, and one woman pauses. I'm not going to pause the video. Just pay attention, fam. Pay attention to what they're saying. And I'm going to continue pushing through. Let's go.
Prime Minister Mark Rutte has apologized for the role that the Netherlands had in slavery. Mr. Rutte also said that slavery must be recognized in the clearest terms as a crime against humanity. He said slavery caused, as he put it, untold suffering for untold numbers of people, which continued in the lives of people today. Well, our correspondent Anna Holligan joins us from The Hague. And Anna, we saw in the last hour that apology being made, but obviously not without controversy.
Not without controversy indeed, but actually Mark Rutte went much further than many people had expected with this. He said the silence had gone on for too long and acknowledged that until recently, he didn't think there was any need to apologise for this slavery legacy. And what we heard today from him speaking inside the National Archives, surrounded by this history, which he said you can't argue with the facts, he said it was a painful, ugly and downright embarrassing time. This slavery system amounted to a crime against humanity. And he went into some of the numbers as well, which really give you an indication of just how horrific this was. So he talked about between 1814 up until slavery was abolished in no, he said by 1814, more than 600,000 enslaved Africans had been shipped in deplorable conditions, wrenched from their families by Dutch slave traders. He also mentioned in Asia, between 660,000 and over 1 million people were traded by the Dutch East India Company. And all of this, of course, was mandated by the Dutch government, which is why Mark Rutte has taken these steps to apologize today. But you mentioned the controversy. A lot of people in the affected communities, the descendants of the enslaved, had asked for him to apologize on the 1st of July 2023, which will mark the 160th anniversary of the Dutch Emancipation Act.
Yeah, and yet here we are in December, so that's one thing that's upset people. The other question around all of this is reparation. Any kind of mention of that or decisions around that?
Actually, no, and that's something that may come in the days ahead. He did talk about the issue about the day, the chaos and confusion. He has been accused of ignoring those voices with echoes of colonialism. He said actually he wanted to get this done this year, so next year everyone could focus on the commemorations. He also mentioned, interestingly, that the Dutch king, Willem-Alexander, will be present at the commemorations, Ketty Kotti it's called, the release of chains on the 1st of July 2023. And that may be the moment that the king will also apologize. And of course, all of this is happening and may lead to other European countries taking similar steps. It may encourage others to consider their colonial legacies, because these words from Mark Rutte are really quite striking, given the polarization we see in Dutch society today, and also just the fact that so many people here were still against this apology being issued, almost half of the Dutch population. The other thing that Mark Rutte mentioned that's quite notable is he said the centuries of oppression and exploitation still have an effect today in racist stereotypes, patterns of exclusion and social inequality. And he said to break those patterns, we have to face up to the past openly and honestly. And I think that will be the
Prime Minister Mark Rutte.
Now, family, I wanted you to listen to the whole video. Did you guys notice one thing that was, or people that were never mentioned? I heard slave trade. I heard ships. I heard black people. Oh, I heard Asians too. People in India. But none of you guys. Look, I'm going to be the first one to tell you. You can combine all the losses of the American wars, all the losses of the so-called African Americans, all the losses of those wars, okay? Combined them, and they will never amount to the amount of people that died in the American Holocaust by the Dutch, the French, the Germans, the Spanish, the Portuguese, and the Brits. And Virginia Dutch Company, the nerve of them to just walk over. I mean, first of all, look, I'm going to give you a message to you so-called white folks. If you're watching this channel, I don't think you do. Stop keeping your mouth shut, man. Bring the truth out. It's okay if you were conquered. You see, that's why I love the scriptures, fam, and we're going to read some scriptures. I'm just trying to get through this, because kingdoms come and kingdoms go. But Israel is an everlasting salvation. Israel is an everlasting salvation. So it doesn't matter whether the status of above, whether we are on the bottom, it's okay. We're an everlasting salvation. Let me let my camera charge real bit. So now, the reason I'm bringing this up also, in regards to the Dutch and why it's important to know, because watch this. This whole entire time they're apologizing, sympathy, Africa, Africa. Okay, fine. But the Virginia Dutch Company had something to do with the Americas here. So now, the Virginia Dutch Company, who was the CEO of the Virginia Dutch Company? Now, at that time, they didn't call them CEOs. But let's find out who this guy was. All right, you guys are going to be pretty impressed or surprised. Let's read this, okay? This is from a link. It's pretty easy to read. Coats of Arms of the Virginia Company. Let me go ahead and magnify this. And look what he reads. It says, the Virginia Company of London was a joint stock company chartered by King James. What? Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, let me do that again. Gotcha, bitch. King James. Hold on a second. Let me read it again. The Virginia Company of London was a joint stock company chartered by King James I in 1606. Remember, family, who were the Swarty people? What did Benjamin Franklin say? Yeah, let's get going. Let's keep going. And what are these BHI saying about King James? That he's a Hebrew, right? Because he's black. Okay. All right. So now wait, hold on a second there, Mr. One Westerners. You're telling me King James, who authorized the translation of the Bible, also had a joint stock company for Virginia Company of London, who had a lot to do with slave ships? Let's continue. In 1606, to establish a colony in North America. Such a venture allowed the crown to reap the benefits of colonialization. Swallow that pill, One West. Leverage against the Spanish without bearing cost. Investors, meanwhile, were protected from catastrophic losses in the event of the project failure. The company established a settlement in Jamestown in 1607. Over the next 18 years, the Crown granted the company 2 new charters, democratizing its governance and reforming its financial model. That began as an enterprise of investors seeking dividends, such, he's talking about money, right? But as you can see, let me read this. By 1618, the company had found a way to use its most abundant resource, land, to attempt settlers to pay their own passage from England to the colony, which is what's called headright program. I'm not going to talk about it in this class. I'll bring it up later. I've done it before. After revival, to pay the company a quit rent or fee to use the land. Still the Virginia Company and the colony, it oversaw struggle to survive. You guys can see. Watch this. Disease, mismanagement, Indian attacks, and factionalism in London all took toll until 1623. So we know now that King James had a joint stock company with Virginia Company, right? Okay, let's continue. Now, one thing I want to show you, King James. And I did a class playing this before. So I want to make sure that you guys understand who this guy is. See, everybody thinks that this guy is a so-called Hebrew Israelite. Okay? Now, I have a book here, and I bought it by curiosity, so-called Lee Cummings. So Lee Cummings, he's a Fopi writer and all them fools, right? If you read this book, it's just all over the place. But I like that. You know, it says here, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh, right? You that are wise, understand, discern information. And don't go and say, oh, the majority. Anyways, this guy's well abstract and then he wants to bring the Bible. Very silly, but I don't care about it. So this is so-called King James. All right, as you can see, right? That's the one that they say, look, he's King James, he's black, he's my people. Okay, cool, sounds good. I want to point something out before I get to other places. You see this? That's a cross. Okay, I just want to point that out. You see this here? That's a cross. I just want to point that out. Now, you see this here? That's a sphere. And that's not of the Bible. Now, I want to point this out. It says here, James, by the grace of God, King of England, land France and Ireland. Here's the thing that I'm looking for. There we go.
Bruh.
Watch this.
Who are you?
Gotcha, bitch. We got you. Now check this out. Red seal of King James VI, which is his son. And he has the seal right there. You see the horse and the person, right? If you have the book, you can actually see it better of the picture. But in this case, the horse is looking to my right, and there's a gentleman riding it with a sword in his hand. Okay? That is the seal of King James' family. This is an image of a black King James VI of Scotland with his 1611 translated book, Bible. Take a close look at the black hand that is flipping the pages of the original, blah, 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 whatever. Okay, he's talking about this right here. Look at the head, look at the black hand. It could be a glove, but who knows? Who cares? All right, whatever. All right, so now watch this. We're going to find out what this is. Let's find out what this is. When I started looking at that stuff, I'm like, I've seen it before. See, there it goes right there. Now, mind you, this guy has crosses on him. And I don't know why that doesn't matter to them. So this particular cross right there, right? Pay attention to, if you can see it, just pay attention to it. While you're looking through it, take a snapshot of it. If you can magnify it, that would be fantastic. Because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring out this particular material, and I showed you guys this before. Now, I'm not sure if anybody understood what I was sharing with y'all, but you have to be mindful of these facts. These crests have everything to do with family lineage, okay? So, for example, you know, like the standard, you know, the flag, or like, you know, the tribe of Judah. So people, like sometimes you drive in people's homes and they have their last name in front of their home. It was very common to have these crests, okay? And a lot of these people that they claim to be so-called our people had these crests. But you see, these crests wasn't necessarily what we find. This is what we find. And this is from a book that I showed you guys before. It's called the Royal Book of Crest, Great Britain and Ireland, Dominion of Canada, India, and Australasia. Okay. What is it, sis? Put the screen. Let's see. Romano, put the screen of the picture where the cross of the head shows to make. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Let me get it. This one. Look at that cross. This is important material because they tend to miss this. That cross is like literally in their face. Remember, in Judith 5, it says that the Most High don't roll with us if we're not keeping the commandments. All Israel. Not some of us, all of us. After 70 AD, that's it. It's over. You can't, you as a tribe cannot individually, you can't run shop no more, man. Either we went in slavery together, we go into kingship together. You can't have one or the other. That's just a fact. Okay, so that's all bull. Anyways, so at least you see these crests, you see these lines, you see these horses. Okay, cool. In this book, this is what, hold on. Let me go. In this book, we find this interesting thing. So you see this here, right? The same crest that he has. So now watch this. In the same book that I showed you, we have this. They look alike, don't they? They look alike to me, right? They look alike to me. Now, why am I showing you this particular crest? Because there's a point behind it. So this is, they go by plates in this book. This is in plate, I believe, 131, number 11. Okay? It's two books. One has the names and the other one has the crest. Then it says here what the actual meaning means. So what this horse is, it's a Saracen on horseback, 133.11. You see, I'm not lying. 133.11, okay? Saracen on horseback. Here it is right here. You guys can get the book and it'll testify. I'm not lying to y'all. Here goes plate 133. Here's this guy here, a Saracen riding on a horse, which is the same emblem or Scotland, okay? Now, what does it mean? The Saracens on a horseback. Well, let's find out who the Saracens are. Because when you look up Saracens, they're very hard to find. But this is what you find about the Saracens. Watch this. Moors and Saracens in Europe. Hold up. Gotcha, bitch. Moors and Saracens in Europe. estimating the medieval North African male legacy in Southern Europe. You see, I found this because of so-called DNA. And I tend to look at these things, and then I look at wars. So now we see that the emblem of who? King James I, who was chartered a stock joint of the Dutch company, who what? Was enslaving people. So if these guys were black, do you think they were enslaving black people?
Gotcha, bitch.
No, they weren't. They weren't enslaving black people. Okay? Not at all. I'm going to read it out loud in this so you guys can listen to this. To investigate the male genetic legacy of the Arab rule in Southern Europe during the medieval times, we focused on the specific Northwest African haplogroups and identified evolutionary close to STR-defined haplotype in Iberia, Sicily, and Italian peninsula. Our results point to a higher recent Northwest African contribution in Iberia and in Sicily in agreement with historical data. You see this, family? If you continue, it says Italian regions known to have experienced long-term Arab presence shows an enrichment of Northwest African types. Once again. I'm not sure who you are. You sound familiar, but you can say what you want. Facts are facts. Khazarian, Talmud, Judaism, Satan, we don't study that. So you're in the wrong channel. Let's see. So let's continue. So now we're getting to see what this crest was. Okay? This here we know now. This is a crest that matters to them. So you can tell that, or are you going to tell me that King James is not a North African Saracen? You can't tell me that. Now, I want to show you this. Partus sequitur ventrum. Partus sequitur ventrum, okay? I've showed you videos before. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to let this guy share it for us. And then I'm going to show you some links about it, okay? Watch this. Let's listen in.
A common characteristic for the first illustrious so-called African Americans to rise into prominence was a melanin-deficient parent, in most cases, a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, Partus sequitur ventrum. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women.
Planters and free white men in general. So the planters were somebody else. Let's continue.
Without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the mulatto maid market as house niggas for an added sticker price as compared to their darker skinned counterparts. In this aspect, Virginia colonial law was totally contradictory to English common law, which states that a child's status follows the father. Of course, this law extending from the earlier Virginia codes was designed this way to assure legalized rape of indigenous women without consequence, and naturally the perpetuation of slavery through a duplicitous modification of English common law.
Now, you talk about a good bullshit story. Holy shit.
See what I'm saying? And this is, and when you look at the comedian and listen to him, and if you're like in kind of like back and forth with the truth, you're like, I don't know, man, am I really an Israelite? Am I really a Hebrew? And you don't have a lot of education. You don't really know where to look. You don't really know where to search.
You know what I'm saying? You could be kind of stuck, and all you've ever done is heard about, white Jesus, and Christianity, and everybody loves everyone, and God hates the sin, but loves the sinner. So you got to embrace homosexuality. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really the case. All praises, man. I appreciate y'all for your comments. And you know what? Let me read some of them because it's true. Let's see. Oh, first of all, brother, Shalom, bro. Shalom. And yeah, I was actually there when that happened. I wasn't there in the room, and I wasn't there in the school and at that school, but I was like at home when this happened. And that's when I started realizing this happened several years ago. And that's that seed that, like, I'm gonna tell you this, man, and you know this. For you to just blatantly say that, like naturally, it's because you have some real hatred inside. For you to say it like that, that's what that means. Shalom, brother. Appreciate you. So, yeah, Shakira is always selling the word of God, man. That's one thing for sure. Sakari is doing it too. And I heard about that one, and I forgot about him, honestly. And I was like, excuse me, $150. I cannot believe that, man. Like, I talk about filthy lucre. Now, we can't look. 1492 happened, and we deal with that consistently. We were engraved with complete falsehood, and then they're asking for money from us, right? First, they slave us through money. Then they use the actual communion for money. Then they use religion for money, and now they're using what? This whole Hebrew convert for money. Again, we're back at money again. Man, let's see what else. And then Deacon got an academy program that you can sign up to pay and learn the word of God. Wow. I don't know if you're asking or if you're saying. No, I don't know, bro. I don't know that. Yeah, they sell rap music, clothing, and now charge for lessons. Yeah, they got something called Patreon that you have a special membership because you may be of the elect. They were always fake vultures. The devil knows its people cater to them. Hey, I got a scripture for it. Wow. Yeah, they sell rap music, clothing, and now charge for lessons. Yeah, they got something called Patreon that you have a special membership because you may be of the elect. They were always fake vultures. The devil knows its people cater to them. Hey, I got a scripture for it. Watch. Lost audio, bro. I think you heard me now. We're good. You good? Okay, perfect. All right, let me continue. Yeah, I have a scripture for that one too. And I believe it's coming up. Let me see. I think it's this one. Hey, let me get rid of these real quick. Hold up a second. Isaiah 56. Because I wrote it down, and I think it's that one, man. It was like the last minute scripture. The Most High provided that for me, and I just like, wow, let me get that one. Psalms 56, verse 11. This is what it reads. Yeah, they are greedy dogs which can never have enough, and they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look for their own way, everyone for his gain, for his quarter, dollar, 100. Here's why, guys. All right. Do they distribute any of that profit? Do they distribute that? The scriptures say to distribute. That's a commandment. First Samuel 8. Watch. I'm gonna show y'all something. First Samuel 8. I'm gonna continue and I'm gonna show you the scripture. First Samuel 8, verse 1. It says, and it came to pass when Samuel was old that he made his sons judge over Israel. Now the name of his firstborn was Joel, and the name of his second was Abiah, and they were judges in Beersheba. Okay, and his sons walked not in his ways, but turned aside from after lucre, and took bribes and perverted judgment. This spirit doesn't leave. Whether they're Israel or not, I don't know. I can't answer that. But based on their perversion and based on who they're feeding, I don't know. I have to doubt it if they really are about our people, because they're the ones that are teaching. They started teaching most people. And all of them, if not most of them, are taking money. It said, Jeremiah 7:4, trust ye not in lying words, saying, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord are these. Look at this. The temple of the Lord, Sakari. The temple of the Lord, IUIC. The temple of the Lord, ISUPK. Because they all say, we have the truth. I don't know about Sakari does that, but I know IUIC says it. They don't say it directly, but they say if you leave, you lose your spirit. That's what they say. Ezekiel 13:19. Let's see. Maybe it's this one. Let's see. It reads,
And will ye pollute me among my people for a handful of barley? No, it's not it. And will ye pollute me among my people for a handful of barley and for pieces of bread to slay the souls that should not die? Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. This is the one you're talking about, Mexican. It says Ezekiel 13:19, right? And it says, and will ye pollute me among my people for handfuls of barley and for pieces of bread? That was basically like alms. That's what it was like, right? And check this out. To slay the souls that should not die and save the souls alive that should not live. That's what you said, bro. Let me put that up again. That's what you said. The so-called Sakari selling rap music, clothing, and now charge for lessons. They were always fake vultures. Devils know its people. Caters to them. Again, and ye will pollute me among my people for a handful of barley and for pieces of bread to slay the souls that should not die, meaning you guys, that you were telling y'all, hey, listen, you're technically a degraded gene. You really look more like us. Oh, you're Northern Kingdom. You guys are silly dubs. We're the superior tribe. We're equal but separate. Right? To slay the souls that should not die. That kills your spirit, brothers and sisters, whether you believe it or not. You've heard that from the so-called white man. That's where we came from. To slay the souls that should not die. Y'all shouldn't be dying. And to save the souls alive that should not live, they're catering to them. By your lying to my people that hear your lies. You see what I'm saying? You hit the spot, Mexican. Like, that was it, bro, for real. That was the actual scripture for it. It was coming up. So who are you teaching, guys? Are they our people or are they Canaan? Because now, for so many years, they said Psalms 83, the white man, the Asian man, the Arab man, the Hindu man, all of those, right? But yet they never identify the Africans. Why? And I always wondered, why not? And after discernment, guess what happens? We identify them now. So now we know who you are. Do I say all of y'all? No, a good portion is our people. But unfortunately, y'all mixed. Just like we did. And see, that's the beauty. Because now we got to work hard to earn this walk. It ain't just color. Oh, God look like me. Yeah, I got my foot in. Nah. You have to examine yourself and change. That's the walk. That's the walk. That's how you determine if you are a true Hebrew. Not just the fringes, not just the beard, no, not just rap music, not just the stars of David, so-called, not just a Percepticon your way through life. No. It means rigorous challenge. We read the scripture that said this word of the Most High is not for the righteous man, it's for y'all destroyed people. Just like me, the alcoholic who's sober. I need the Bible. You think I'm going to give people money? Bro, listen, there was a time where I didn't have any. I was one so far away from being homeless, and I wanted help. You think I have money? Oh, sorry, guy. You got to get 150, like GOCC, right? You got to get 150 to come over here and learn with me. 150, bro. You know what I could do with 150? I could get drunk for about a pretty good amount. A pretty good, a few days. Why would I want to spend 150 on something I don't even know about? You see what I'm saying? You destroy people. You try to save the people that shouldn't be saved, and you want to not save the ones that should be saved. That's filthy lucre. Psalms 111:10, and this is what I believe they don't really care about. I don't think they do. It must not be possible. There's no way. The scriptures talk about the root of all evil is money. Why? Because of the intent behind it. Psalms 111:10 says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, meaning the obedience of the Most High is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments, and which is one of them? To teach and be a teacher with sincerity, without filthy lucre. We read that scripture. Let me see if I can find it. I have it in my notes. I haven't turned vain. Was it John? That's over. Mary Ointment? No, that's not it. John, that should give new feed the flock. Yeah, oversight. There he goes. 1 Peter 5:2. I'll just read it. Feed the flock of God which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint. What's constraint? What does the word constraint mean? Let's look it up. Let's look what constraint. Constraint means
irresistible force or effect or any force or power or physical. You see, not by any restraint, but willingly. Willingly. Not driven by super chats, not for filthy lucre, not for merchandise, not to sell your music, not to sound cool, not because you sound like you're intellectually advanced than the other people. No. But be of ready mind. For who? For the men that are and women that are destroyed, the alcoholic, the drug addict, the adulterer, the ex-prostitute. You think they want to give you money? You think that's their intent? You are buying their soul to hell. You're buying their ticket because you're basically putting them back to the whole sacrificial law once again. Oh, if I give alms, maybe the Most High will deal with me. That's what you're doing. You're literally pointing them again towards what? Filthy lucre. I don't know if y'all don't see this, but that's heavy stuff right there because that's exactly what's driving our people further away from the Most High. When the Most High literally said this, okay? This is what makes you live. Yes, alms do help. And I'm going to show y'all how it technically should be able to be done. But Baruch 4:1, this is the book of the commandments of God and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life. But such as leave it shall die. Why are you killing our family? By putting these standards and Patreon membership. Ooh, you get a special attention if you give more alms. Ooh, I'll move you up in rank if you give more. We've heard of that. That's not like, I'm not making it up. Y'all heard of it. Leviticus 8:5, it says, 18, I'm sorry, I didn't mean 18. I don't have my glasses. I need to get some new ones. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord. You think they're living? No, they're dead. That's why their doctrine is done. They still teach the same thing. Hate the white man, hate the woman, hate everybody, but it's not the man's fault. Not in this channel, no, you ain't. If y'all want to be kings, if you are what you are, then you need to act like one. The responsibility falls on us men, not the woman, not the enemy. I like the joke that Spanish joke. There's a dog and he loves his master, but he hates the master's belt because that belt is always whooping his butt. But he loves his master. You can't hate the belt, bro. The Most High sent them because it was our fault. Bottom line, it's our fault. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. And I am the Lord. We didn't do that. Stop blaming. Matter of fact, our women are waiting for us to step the hell up. We don't even have it as difficult as other nations. I'm going to tell you that right now, because you know other nations have difficulties with their women. We don't. Us Hispanics and Native Indians, we don't. You know what a problem is? It's us men. It's us men. Our women are waiting for us to step up. Isaiah 55:3, incline your ear and come unto me, hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. Incline your ear, come unto me, meaning it takes the scriptures, it takes wisdom, it takes discipline, it takes some complete humility and not the cares of this world to really embrace and understand what the scriptures are trying to tell us. If you're a true Hebrew of a Hebrew, you will go further above and beyond your way to make the change. You're going to look at yourself and say, yes, this walk ain't fun, but I'm willing to do it because I love the Most High. Because I want the discipline, because that's going to change my life. And if I do good for myself, my whole nation profits. If I respect the laws and they respect the laws, I'm going to respect them. They're going to respect me. If I need help, they're going to be there for me. Because the law says, be there for your brethren. Love your brother as you love yourself. That's a commandment for you Hebrews. That is not for other people. That's why we have it in our spirit to be that way. We love each other very much, but we at the same time are very crabbish because of the bitterness that colonialism has completely painted over us. So the only way to renew our mind, or if you want to, for lack of better words, remodel your building, you need the laws. You cannot get around them. I don't care what other people say. Proverbs 7:2, keep my commandments and live.
Let me read it again. Keep my commandments and live. It keeps saying live, live, live. Right now, if you're not in those laws, I'll tell you this, guys. If you're about maybe 2 or 3 years in the truth and you're still dealing with sin and all of this and that, and you're battling, I'm sorry, you're still dealing with issues and you're getting attacked and blah, 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 it's because you're dealing with sin still. I'm telling you, you're dealing with sin. It's either bitterness, anger, or resentment, something real deep down inside that it's really under your skin. You can't see it because it's not above your skin and it's not deep, deep within you. It's really underneath. And that's the spirit that you need to get rid of. That's that deceiving spirit where it says it's with you all the time. That's why Paul was saying in Romans 7. I'll read it real quick so you can see what he's talking about. It's pretty simple, man. Paul is not difficult to understand. Watch what he says. It says, Romans 7:22, for I delight in the law of God after the inward man, meaning the spiritual aspect, wisdom, Solomon 9, okay? But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? You see what I'm saying? So the only way that you can actually live is by what? By keeping the spiritual laws of God, because even here it says, verse 14, we know that the law is spiritual. So you need spiritual laws. Like, for example, when I close my eyes, all I see is a road, one direction. That's it. That's all I see. I don't see nothing else. And I pray to the Most High that all of y'all can see it just like that, because the fight is internal. The fight is in the mind. You discipline your mind, you're going to be able to overcome this flesh, right? So now let's go back to Tobit 12:8 so like we can finish the actual class. Tobit 12:8, look what it says. It says, prayer is good with fasting and alms and righteousness. So now it's saying, let's go back to the alms part. So now alms and fasting and prayer is good, right? Excuse my daughter, man. She's still sick. A little with righteousness is better than much with unrighteousness. You see that? A little with righteousness is better than much with righteousness. So if you are charging 150, that's not alms. It is better to give alms than to lay up gold. So what kind of alms are we talking about? What kind of alms are we talking about? Like, are we talking about like the alms that necessarily mean money? Sirach 5 and Sirach 3:30. Watch what it says. All right, I'm almost done, guys. It's a short class. I just want to get through it. Water will quench a flaming fire, and alms will make an atonement for sins. So again, alms are important. But right now, are we in the situation where you technically can't really do alms the way it's supposed to be done? Here's the proper alms, the proper process to alms, okay? And y'all tell me if that's something that we could do today, okay? Deuteronomy 14:24, and it reads, and I'm not saying not to, but you got to discern what I'm tell you, okay? Deuteronomy 14:24. If the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, meaning the alms, or if the place be too far from thee, which the Lord God shall choose to set in his name there, when the Lord thy God had blessed thee. This is regarding for like the day of like tithes, right? The seed tithes, okay? Verse 25. Then shalt thou turn it into money and bind up the money in thy hand, and thou shalt go into the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. Okay, so now you're saying the alms that you have, where you're at, you sell it. You turn it into money, you sell it, okay? But that's not all. Then it says, and thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusted after, for oxen, for sheep, for wine, for strong drink, and for whatsoever thy soul desireth. And thou shalt eat there before thy Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice there, thou and thine household. Right? And the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he had no part and no inheritance in thee. So now it's speaking about the Levites, that they have no inheritance. Let's just finish it. And at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all thy tithes of thine increase. That's the tithes, the increase. Your cattle, your ox, your food, and shall lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite, because he had no part, no inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow within thy gates shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thine hand, which the Lord thou doest. So it sounds like tithes was food. Can we do that now? Maybe, but that's not my point so far. Now here's another point. So now I'm gonna basically smash these. I don't want to say smash, man. Let me rephrase that. I don't want to sound like a child. Let me just make sure they get corrected. How about that?
Acts 2:42 reads, it says, and they continued steadfastly in the apostles' doctrine and fellowship, and in breaking of bread, and in prayer. And fear came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were done by the apostles. And all that believed were together and had all things common. Watch this. And sold their possessions and goods, and parted them to all men as everyone had need. Parted them to all men. And they, continuing daily with one accord in the temple, and breaking bread from house to house, did eat their meat with gladness and singleness of heart, praising God, having favor with all people. And the Lord added to the church daily such as also should be saved. Now, these guys don't do distributions. What they do is, well, I know for me, at least from the school I was in, unless you need money, you have to ask them. They don't distribute. Here it shows that you're supposed to distribute evenly to the nation of Israel, depending on the size of their families. So all of this merchandise, all this money y'all are making, you're not distributing it at all. No, what you're not doing, you're doing is trips. You're asking people to pay for their trips. You're asking people to pay for their food. When you do high holy days, you're always asking for money. And when it comes to the actual process of alms, if you really want to do it the righteous way, we have a system right now in this country that you can actually do it. E-commerce, online sales, farmers market. Y'all go out and sell Gatorade at corners. You telling me that people can't say, look, I'm going to go to Costco and I'm going to spend $200 on food. Okay? So since you guys have a farmer's market going up, go ahead and resell it. Get a license permit. Resell it. Don't relabel it. Just resell it. Sell it for like maybe a little bit less. And then that money, turn it into money for the actual body and the body for building. Or you know what? Be transparent with your cost. Say, okay, guys, here's the treasury. Here's the expense. We're showing you where the alms are going. Why can't you do that? I know why you can't do that. Because you're not for that. That's what you're not for. Sirach 12:1. And then we're done. It says, verse 1, when thou will not do, when thou will do good, know whom thou doeth it. So shalt thou be thanked for thy benefit. Do good to the godly man, and thou shalt find a recompense. And if not from him, yet from the Most High. There can be no good come to him that is always occupied in evil, nor to him that giveth no alms. So right here is letting us know that alms is really, in a sense, for our benefit, to between brethren that you know for a fact is a godly brethren that's keeping the laws of God. Now, that's a relationship between y'all. Unless these schools can change their way, I don't really see any other way. Filthy lucre, it's all involved. Unless you're okay, do distributions. When I see distributions, then you're actually applying all the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. Because if not, this is what's going on still. And then we're done with this. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. Give me a second. I'm going to look for it here. I'm going to look for a debate. You guys can see what I'm talking about. Okay. And they have these channels, and where are you? Okay, let's see right here. This guy. And I believe it just started, like not right now, but look. Is this the one I saw? Maybe this isn't the video I saw, but in this videos, there's videos you can see where they do like super chats. There it goes right there. There it goes right there. Look, that right there. Thanks. A donation. Thanks. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't see nothing else but filthy lucre. Here, I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Because if hold on. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Let me see. I think it's here. I think it's this one. Let's see. Is it this one? I'm trying to look for it here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. No. Oh, this one. Watch this. And then I'm gonna play you guys a song. This is what I see of them.
With all your man. You see, I'm a guy of simple taste. I enjoy dynamite, and gunpowder, and gasoline. What's it? And you know the thing that they have in common? They're cheap.
Sergio Romano's your blood.
Oh, I am. I'm only burning my half. All you care about is money. This town deserves a better class.
That's all they care about is money, man. That's all they care about, honestly. So, anyways, that's all I got for you, brethren. I appreciate y'all very much, man. Love you as always, and you know that I need y'all probably more than y'all need me, man. Because of you, I stay sober, and I'm gonna keep saying that every day, because that's what I need. That's my thorn in the flesh, man. That's just my realness. You know what I mean? And I know if some of y'all battle, then guess what? We got something in common. And Lord willing, we can come together as a fam and we start actually helping each other out and being support, the support that we need. The family supports each other, man. Let me see what kind of notes we got, because I'm about to take off. Let's see. Sakari is also moving all the production work onto Zion Network. They keep asking people to sign. Oh, wow. Yeah, just like IOIC TV, I guess. Israel is not yet all awakened. Nah, not at all. Not at all, sis. Matter of fact, we're barely waking up. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Yeah, Israel teaches Israel, none else. That's right. That's right. Is the E sword hermanos? Is that the? Yeah. That's my favorite. Now that by the way, guys, you can get it on PC or Android. Okay. Those brothers are becoming reprobates and they don't even realize it. Yeah, you're right. So regarding the eSword, guys, this is an excellent resource to use. You cannot use the link on the Apocrypha, but the books of Apocrypha, but everything else you can. So like, for example, you go here and it'll even help you with some precepts. You know what I'm saying? You can go here, click on that. It help you with some precepts. You can even go like this. I don't use it like this, but you can do that. You can even like keep it. Oh, hold on, my bad. Hold on, let me erase this. But yeah, that was the example I was trying to show. Pretty much. You can go through some notes, kind of go so you don't forget. Like this one, you don't forget, you write it in there. But it's a really, really, really cool a Bible app. It has a bunch of translations. It's got the concordance. It's got the Spanish concordance as well, right? So, and then you can even, again, you guys can explore this even more. I haven't, honestly, I haven't explored this. I'm sure there's so much. Look, Bible reading, prayer requests, or scripture memory. I don't know what it is, what that is, but anyhow, you can even download more Bibles right here. See, a bunch of them. Look at that, just tons of them. Hebrew, all of that. So get it. I don't know if I paid for it, but if you have to, it's worth it. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, sis. Way to bring it out. I should have always mentioned it. Proverbs 15:27. He that is greedy of gain troubleth his own house, but he that hateth gifts shall live. Yeah, it's like what's that scripture called? Ecclesiastes 7:7. Oppression make the wise man man, and gift destroyeth the heart. That's really what it is, man. So they're destroying the spirit. That's the only problem. Amen to that. You who carry out a plan that is not mine, who make an alliance I did not spire, thus adding sin upon sin. They go down to Egypt without counsel. Pharaoh's protection shall become your shame. Is that Isaiah or Exodus? I wanted the two. Let me block this person. I don't know why they come over here and do that. Promo code to hell. The devil is marketing this channel. Oh man, that's crazy. Very true. Is marketing this channel. Promo code to hell. The devil is marketing this channel. Oh man, that's crazy. Very true.
Let's see. Canaanites always be a thorn to Israel. Hey, that's Judges 3:5. Gangsterism, rap, player, personal. Lift up your brother to help break the camp spell. Yeah, man. Because that's what the end of the day that it's about. That's what it's about, man. It's just that spirit. So then that should let us know. And it's not nothing against how you look. I'm gonna tell y'all, people, but brothers and sisters, it's not how you look. I don't give a damn because I have family that goes from light skin to curly hair to dark skin to wavy hair to really, really, really curly hair, and they're all blood family of mine. Okay, so it's not about that. It's the fact that we don't need some new doctrine that is only going to keep us asleep. That's what I care about. Teach righteously and teach honestly, and let us decide. That's what the bottom line is all about. All right. So, anyways, I'll let you guys be. I appreciate y'all, brothers, man, and Lord willing, tomorrow. By the way. So this will be the last evening class. I'm going to do one every morning at 7 o'clock my time. I'm in San Diego, okay? So if you guys are East Coast, whatever, that's 10 o'clock. So every at 7 o'clock, I will have one. I'll try to keep them short. There'll be different topics. If you guys have any, post them on my channel, on any of the videos. I always see the message, and I'll follow through with them, okay? So anyhow, y'all take care. Here's a song, right? Hope you guys enjoy it. Shalom.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoprón. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, soplón.
Dinero Luigi, man, desde Peña, en la Victoria, para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la tenía, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá. Es Incas Mob, negro. Es Incas Mob, nigga. Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, it's money gang, 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 Hey, yo.
Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el Ness. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln, con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco, under del under. Puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me break, yo seré la ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante porque me lograron saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete Gaspar de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento, cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro, y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón, y para esta pantalla no soy tu patrón, yo ya me sé la cuestión, y doy fe por cada renglón, consciente de la operación, defino el Mbappé con la edad del bufón.